The child asks if it is too big. The man answers that it is still small, but it is the largest mansion in their village. Besides, it is the first time he sees such a style, but it is built perfectly. The servants were delighted with what they see in front of them. The hero thinks that with such power, he is not useless. Everyone was surprised by the building that appeared out of nowhere. Together, they will make this village prosperous. It's been about 10 years since the hero graduated from high school and moved from the village to the city. Commuting to work in crowded, shaking train cars has begun. There's a lot more work, and all his free time has to be devoted to it. Even on weekends, he has no energy to read his favorite historical novels. The hero comes home and thinks about how he barely made it to the last train. He eats noodles while watching some video and thinks that day after day, it doesn't get any easier. When he lies down on the bed, he thinks that he misses the idol of his native village so much and falls asleep. The next moment he opened his eyes. He was lying surrounded by pillows on a huge bed. There was a strange interior around him and he had strange feelings. Then he noticed his hands. They were small. Had his body really shrunk? The hero decided to look out the window and check the situation. From the window, one could see the square of the house, enclosed by a fence. In the middle stood a fountain. The hero did not understand where he was at all. Suddenly, someone turned to Mr. Van. Van's personal maid, Till, who was 12 years old, told him that it was dangerous. He agreed with her and apologized. The girl froze in shock and amazement. The girl asked the boy if he had really forgotten everything. The boy noted the amazing view of the garden. It simply fascinated him. Till was surprised that Mr. Wang knew such complex words. After all, he was just over 2 years old. The hero sat on the bed and thought that he was not 2 years old, but almost 30 years old. He thought about these words again and remembered that he was an employee of the Tokyo company. This body, this maid, what is going on here? He does not understand where he got the memories of this life. Is this really the same reincarnation? The hero says that she is Till, his maid. The girl confirms this and rejoices. The boy's name is Fertio. Till was amazed that Mr. Van could pronounce the name. He was so smart. His father was Chalpa, Marquis of Fertio, and his brothers were Marcia, Yardo, and Sesto. The girl was amazed again that he had hardly seen Mr. Yardo and Sesto, but knew their names. In the dining room of the Fertio family mansion, the maids are bustling about setting the table and serving dishes for the gentlemen. At the head of the table sits the father, the head of the family, the Marquis of Jalpa-Pul-Ati Fertio. He is 44 years old. Sitting nearby are the eldest son, Marcia Elago Fertio, who is 14 years old, the second son, Yardo Guy Fertio, who is 10 years old, and the third son, Sesto Ere Fertio, who is 8 years old. Their eyes are glued to the maids cutting, cooling, and feeding little Master Wang. They praise him for eating vegetables well and for sitting quietly without spilling anything. The hero is doing quite well. He's like an honored guest. He assumed that this was a cabaret. He would have given them 30,000 yen each. But he had to stop joking. Apparently, having been reborn in this world, he still retains the memories of his past life, although he still can't believe what is happening. He thought that this homegrown carrot is good. It is very tasty. Father, head of the family, Marquis of Jalpa-Pul-Ati Fertio, asked Yardo what he would be studying today. The boy answered that today he was studying fire magic and battle formation. The brother was nervous while answering. At lunch, the father asks the children up to 10 years old what they will do, and at dinner, he asks how everything went. And so every day. Then the attention shifted to Sesto. He answered proudly that he would study magic. Van thought that he would not be asked as usual. But, surprisingly, his father turned to him. He scratched his beard and asked his youngest son what he would do today. The boy was chewing at the time. Then, with the most serious expression on his face, he said that he knew little, so he would first study the culture and history of this country. Marquis of Jalpa-Pul-Ati Fertio, Marcia, Yardo, and Sesto were surprised by such an answer from the youngest member of the family. Surprisingly, the Marquis did not swear, but on the contrary, burst into laughter. He said that they spoiled the boy since he was the last child of his wife Mira, but he is a wonderful baby. Jalpo Polati Fertio assumed that his fire magic was as strong as his, and the world's. Their family was in good hands. He would wait for a fair assessment of his magic at the test in 6 years. The Marquis is counting on him. In this world, magic is common. It matters what kind of magic suits him. Aristocrats are required to have 2 kinds of magic of the 4 elements, fire, water, wind, and earth, to protect the house and territory, or healing magic. Father and brothers have the ability to use the magic of the 4 elements. From his point of view, other types of magic, depending on the method of their use, can also be useful. House Fertio, as an aristocracy living in a militaristic state, specializes in military strength, especially in the fire attribute to be powerful in attack. First, there must be a civilization in the world, as advanced as the countries of the Middle Ages or early modern times. But because of the convenience of magic, the prevalence of gunpowder is extremely low. Of the weapons, mainly swords, spears, and bows, and most importantly, magic. There are 3 continents and a large number of islands in this world. It is currently located in a huge country in the southern part of the western continent of Grant. The royal family, which has ruled for 300 years, is gradually expanding its territory. It seems that during the war, the hero's father received the rank of Marquis. This is the only port through which ships pass. Since there are huge monsters waiting for an opportunity to attack deep in the sea, ships will have a hard time, unless it is a narrow strait. If there is magic, then are there animals that look like monsters? Well, the age of discovery is not yet possible. Till began to explain to the gentleman that there are different races, elves, gnomes, anthropomorphs, and others. In most cases, they isolate themselves from others, so they rarely meet each other. One of the maids noticed that Till was explaining things too complicatedly. The third maid suggested that the boy sleep. However, he refused, thanked her, and said that he asked her because he wanted to know about it, and asked about their tiredness. The girls were surprised and said that everything was fine. Van asked Till about the magic tools. Magic crystals, some gems and minerals have the ability to store magical meala. Tools are created depending on magical abilities. He then asked a question about magic, to which she answered based on her own knowledge. The maids are discussing that Mr. Wang is a child prodigy. They don't believe that he is really only 2 years old. He even takes care of them. It's the first time they hear such a thing from an aristocrat. The butler overheard it all. The butler Espada, who is 49 years old, came to Mr. Wang and said that he was 2 years old and was probably learning letters in prime numbers. He asked how much the boy had learned. The hero thinks about Espada, a capable butler who has supported his father for many years. It seems he has never spoken to him before. He frightens the boy. He asked what happened. The butler wanted to know how much he remembered. The hero mentally noted that this was not how to communicate with a 2-year-old. He replied that he was good at speaking and listening. However, the letters are a bit tricky. Then Espada asked about numbers. The hero clarified that he was talking about addition and subtraction. The man shuddered. Van thinks that he wants to escape. Espada showed him that there are barely fingers here, 3 here, and then asked how many there are. The hero answered that there are 5. Then 7 fingers on both hands, if you remove 2. The youth answered that there are also 5. An awkward silence in the room, and then the butler said that he would study with him twice a week. This is some kind of hell. This is not something a 2-year-old should learn. Too much stuff. These are the thoughts that go through the protagonist's head. The Espada stood there with a stony expression. If he was a demonic creature, he would probably be a golem or an undead. As a result, he continued to take his hellish lessons. Learned to read and write after a few weeks. Learned many things. Namely, the rules of war, the system of aristocracy, the management of the kingdom. Thus, the main character spent 2 years of his life studying. He stood on the training ground and held a wooden sword in his hands. As soon as he swung his stick, the maids immediately began to praise him for his good reflexes. The hero seemed to be fooling around in the room with Maiko. He would have thrown them 50,000 yen. Fencing is quite a fun activity. Suddenly Till came up to Mr. Wang, took his sword, and said with a smile that she had defeated him. He puffed out his cheeks and ran after the girl. One of the maids stopped Till and said that she had insulted the master and should regret it. Another maid suggested that the master punish her. The hero agreed to punish her, till asked him not to do it. She admits that she committed a mortal sin by insulting him. The boy came up to her and did a shellban. That was all the punishment. As expected, he only fooled around with the maids for half a year. By the time he was 5 and training was done every day, he could already fight with the young future warriors. He took judo and karate at school, so he likes martial arts. He wins if he strikes first. Surprisingly, it's quite entertaining. In judo, it's important to knock your opponent off balance. In karate, you need to anticipate your opponent's movement to deliver an effective blow. These 2 points can be used in fencing as well. His opponent is about 10 years old, tall, and his arms and legs are long. He holds a stick in his hands and swings it, keeping his distance. However, he is a child, so his attacks are always the same. They have their own habits and movements. Watching them over and over again, you can win. Considering his huge 30-year experience, Van won and everyone began to rejoice, praising the hero. Unlike Mr. Yardo and Sesto, he talks to them more easily. These two are not interested in fencing because they are busy with fire magic. Mr. Wang talked to him the other day. Someone thought he was strange. The vice chief of the knights, Dai, who was 35 years old, decided to ask the young Master Wang a question. The boy thought that in front of him was one of the strongest members of the Marquis family. The man asked the boy to show him his hands. He obeyed, but did not understand the reason for this. Dai examined his hands and realized that the gentleman had no calluses, his skin was soft, his nails were growing. The hero replied that he would train more when he grew up. The man thought that Wang was losing to their students in training at night, but it seems he was wrong. The hero noticed that studying is hard. He will study harder when he can. He assures that he will not stop liking it. It is said that Espada gave him 3 times more to learn than usual. The boy was surprised that he had so much to study. It seemed strange that he was the only one studying from morning to night. Dee told him to come to him if he wanted to practice more with the sword. This old man is too keen on studying, and as someone like him who can judge people impartially, it seems that Mr. Wang should follow the path of the sword. He has innate talent. First, he needs to learn the basics and build up his muscles, and then practice every day. Dee said that sooner or later he would make the hero the greatest swordsman in the kingdom. Van realized that this man was really serious. He was an Espada who had too much theory, and Dai was a man who did things first and thought later. The hero replied that he liked swords, but he also liked studying. He would try his best in both directions. He replied that there was nothing to be done. At least he would be the one training him. The hero asked the man to be more lenient with the child. He agreed, but it was an obvious lie. He had to do 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 jumping jacks. Van said he needed a rest. They had just been running. Dee replied that there was no time to rest and they needed to start doing everything. The boy sat down on the bench and thought that Dee was a real demon. The deputy had an idea that while Mr. Wang was resting, he was not busy with anything. He suggested that they remove the wooden bench and sit outside. The boy realized that this man was not a demon. He was just not the smartest. He continued to insult him while Dee was actually sitting outside. The knights passing by wished Mr. Wang luck and told him to do whatever the deputy said. Till came up and praised the boy for his good work. He thanked her. It's so great that he tries his best every day. Well, it's hard for the hero, but since he was reborn, something funny happens every day. A sense of satisfaction that he could not experience in his past life. The hero will become the best in this world of aristocrats, and will enjoy a happy life. 3 years later. For several years, the hero was called a child prodigy. Someone says that this can't be true, and isn't he ashamed to be such a loser? Jalpa Pol Fertio took the sword in his hands and said that if the hero did not disappear from his family, he would have to get rid of him. Fertio's second life, which had been so bright, suddenly ended. His father raised his sword over the boy's head. 2 years ago, Mr. Wang is 6 years old. The boy is riding in a carriage and looking out the window. He is surprised by the huge number of people. He never gets tired of watching them. Suddenly, he sees a man being led by a knight. This upset him, but his sadness was interrupted by Till, who called him by name. She remembered what he had said about wanting to go for a walk and asked where they should go. She suggested looking at the market. He is 6-year-old Fertio. He still has memories of his previous life. Here, he was reborn as the fourth son of a marquis and was called Wunderkind. Every day, he goes through the hell of studying and fencing lessons. People are talking about how 12-year-old recruits are no match for Mr. Wang now, although the difference in their physiques is very big. And he studies what adults usually study. Obviously, it is striking. Till said that he was a genius, that he even managed to succeed in fencing, and that perhaps one day he would be able to overtake his brothers and become the head of the family. In the world of aristocracy, it's every man for himself. Money, status, reputation, and power. The winner takes all. Becoming one can radically change the future. So an attempt on the life of a promising younger brother is common among aristocracies. And unfortunately, he can't say that he has a good relationship with his brothers. They can take his life without hesitation. In other words, if he really wants to become the head of the family, the chances of being killed only increase. He can't live happily with such a life. The hero has decided to be a slacker. And even though he has decided so, he has no idea how to have fun in this world, because even in his past life, he was a workaholic. Mr. Wang was brought to the best market in the city. He decided to start with shopping. There were a lot of people at the market. Walking through the market, the hero had 2 escorts. They reached Mary's company. She has branches all over the kingdom. The hero compared its size to a popular American company. Suddenly, he heard the knight telling someone to hurry up. It was a child. They looked at the man, who began to angrily ask what they were staring at. This was not a performance for them. The accompanying knights immediately grabbed their swords. The man shuddered. Wang stopped them and asked the man who the child was and why he was tied up. He replies that this is the best thing he can do for his son. He has debts hanging over him, so he will sell him as a servant. Till explained that the Servant Act only allowed 2 types of servants: service due to debt and service due to crime. However, poor families have long-sold children they cannot feed into servants in order to earn a living. So the man transferred the debts to his child to turn him into a servant. Despite his terrible appearance, he does not even make a sound. Apparently, this is because service has become a common thing in society. Everyone is used to looking at such things. Suddenly, a woman appeared and asked if this was the Marquis's son. Till confirmed it. She showed the hero's robe and said that he was the famous Wunderkind, Mr. Van Fertio. The girl introduced herself as Rosalie and welcomed him to Mary's company. If he was looking for something, they would prepare anything for him. The man realized that the boy was from the Marquis's family and began to tremble. The hero assumed that he was worried about the punishment for abusing the servant system. Van turned to Rosalie and said that it seemed that the man had come to sell a child as a servant and asked for his price. The child looked about 8 years old. The girl asked about magic. He replied that the boy had thief's magic. She declared that he was worth no more than 3 silver coins. The man pointed to a shop nearby and said that they paid more than 5 silver coins for each servant there. The longer a servant could work, the more expensive he was, naturally. Rosalie answered what any shop would buy at a price lower than average. She would pay 3 silver for him. If he were a girl, she would double the price. Since a small boy is of little use, he is worth less, including the cost of raising him. The rope hard, and the boy fell. He started saying that he couldn't even get normal money from him. He continued to insult his son. People tried to stop him, but he shouted at them not to interfere. The girl told the man not to be stupid. Now no one would buy him at all. Who knows, maybe he was even lying about this child. The man shouted that they always made him look like a fool. He was not going to sell him to them anymore. He told the boy to get up and that they would go to another store. Suddenly, someone said that he was buying it. It was Van. Everyone looked at him in shock, but he added that he was buying the child for 5 silver. The boy mentally reassures himself. If things continue like this, the boy will be deprived of his life. The man asked if he had any money. Till replied that they had prepared gold coins. They did not have the silver 5. Rosalie offered to change them. The man was given the coins. He grabbed them and left without even looking at his son. The boy was left sitting all alone on the ground. The hero approached the child, freed his hands, and asked if the boy was injured and could stand up. He introduced himself and asked the boy's name and extended his hand. The boy took him by the hand and said that he was Casman. Van told him that he was now free and could go wherever he wanted. Till asked if he had bought him as a servant. He answered that no, he just thought he could help him. Then the hero realized that he was so irresponsible, He shouldn't walk the streets alone. He suggested that he go home with them. There would definitely be work for him there. The knights said that Marquis would hardly allow God knows who to stay in the mansion, only if it was as his servant. The hero asked him if he was satisfied with everything. The child agreed. Van suggested looking at the clothes first. Since he was now with him, good clothes were needed. Roxana stopped them and said that they had to sign a contract first. She asked them to give her their hands. She took their hands, read some spell, and everything around lit up. Kasmin got a mark. The hero asked what it was. She answered that it was a special contract. The mark will be on the servant until the contract is terminated. She is a contract mage. This time she won't take payment, since it's his first time here. The hero thanked her, but he felt guilty. Roxana was surprised by the gratitude from the aristocrat, and then, coming to her senses, invited them to look at the clothes. First, they need to look at clothes for Kasmin. The hero took the boy by the hand. He was surprised. The boy was very embarrassed. It was the first time for him. The woman praised the boy for his good choice. The hero asked her what clothes would be comfortable for her if she were Till. She answered that this one was made of good fabric. Roxana suggested a special servant's outfit that was most often purchased. The hero replied that he did not want to look like a servant. She understood him, and then, probably, they would choose underwear and shoes. The girl thanked him and said that they had shoes that would go well with his clothes. The boy thought that although anything could happen, he had bought a servant on his first walk. Now, everything is fine. Kasmin entered the room and told the hero that he was looking for him to replace the Knights of D. The hero handed him the liver and asked him to say that he was not there. The boy refused, probably already knowing that he was lying. Van noticed that the boy had no gloves and asked why. He replied that there was no need for them. The hero assumed that he was unlikely to be pleased when she was visible. While eating the cookie, Kasmin replied that it was a connection to him, so let it be seen. Van thought that he shouldn't show it like that. The boy said that he had bought him gloves. The servant decided to put it on anyway. Suddenly, someone called him. It was D. Someone explained to him that the master was not there, but he did not believe it, since a witness had recently entered the room. Could his feelings for the master really be just an illusion? Then he noticed crumbs on the boy's face and asked about the reason for their appearance. The boy quickly ate them and asked what kind of crumbs the man was talking about. Dai shouted that he had bribed him. He needed to stop ignoring his orders. Kasmin replied that he was Master Wang's servant. The deputy said that it took courage to tell him something like that. In that case, he would train him instead of Mr. Wang. He should be flattered. He grabbed the boy by the hand and pulled him along. The hero looked out from behind the door and called his comrade a poor fellow, so he became lazy for the sake of a good future. He wants to be thought of as a normal child, not a prodigy. If Kasmin gets tired, he will replace him. People are talking about the fact that Mr. Wang is already 8 years old, so his magic test will be soon. He is a child prodigy. They are eagerly awaiting his results. The boy said that he wants Mr. Wang to become a lord. He is very kind to them and often visits. Fertio's sons have fire and wind elemental magic. They are all sure that he also has fire magic. Standing in the middle of the room, someone shouts that he does not master any of the elements. The eyes of his father and brothers are on Wang, outraged that he does not possess any of the 4 elements. He has production magic. The brothers laugh at him. It is a magic that allows you to create objects. It is often called one of the most unsuccessful magics. Magic, also known as alchemy. You can prepare materials like iron and copper, and then imagine the shape in your mind to create a sword or accessory. It is impossible to create something big with this magic, because even weapons and jewelry require a lot of magical power. While other people can easily create items, inventors and blacksmiths do not need magic. For 2 years, he did everything to be considered a child prodigy, and his brothers had no desire to attempt on his life. But such a grade for the test is quite unexpected. He expects the magic of the 4 elements or healing magic from aristocrats. And in the Fertio family, magicians with the element of fire are especially desirable. The eldest son, Marcia, inherited the wind element from his maternal grandmother, but he, like no one else, is trying his best to become the head of the family. And although the wind element is acceptable for aristocrats, the second and third brothers, who wield the fire element, mock the eldest. Among the aristocrats, the type of magic is extremely important. Father does not consider Van a child prodigy. He and his wife Mira have the element of fire, so why was a child born with production magic? Her last child. His mother, weak in body but strong in magic, died giving birth to him. His father had high hopes for him. The man suggested that they stop chatting and took up his sword. He took out his sword and said that it was foolish to expect anything big from him from the very beginning. There is no place in the Marquis family for a child born with production magic. The man swung his sword. He asked if he was ashamed to be such a loser. If he didn't disappear from his family, he would have to get rid of him. The man swung his sword. Van was shocked. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Marcia stood in front of the boy and protected him with her body. The father asked what had happened. The young man told him that there was a place on their family's property that was difficult to develop because of its location, that remote village. The young man suggested leaving her to Van. Initially, it had a population of about 100 people. They are not engaged in production, but the Wolfsburg years in the north are full of resources. Next to the village is the county of Ferdinand, and on the other side is the hostile kingdom of Aranet. And although it is quite far, there is a fortress there which is used as a defensive base. In other words, the village can become a camp for preparing expeditions to the lands of Count Ferdinand. It is part of the territory he received when he became a marquis, and also the place where Count Ferdinand, whose territory had been reduced, sends knights to raid. That is to say, if they send Wang to this village, it would be fine to assign knights to his county. Besides, the newly acquired territory is hardly loyal to their family if they assign a person from the Marquis family there. Father told Van that he would become the master of this village. He could leave as soon as he was ready. The man expected nothing less from Marcia. He found a use for the useless things and left. The hero turned to his brother. He sat down on one knee and apologized to the younger one. His father and brothers put a lot of pressure on him because of the wind element. It must be much harder for him in this regard, such a reckless proposal. The boy has every right to be offended by it. Wang said that his brother had helped him. Otherwise, he would have been killed, or imprisoned, or worse, his tongue would have been torn out, and he would have been sold as a servant. No matter how hopeless the situation, he would never waste the opportunity his brother gave him. Marcia said that Van really is a genius. He wondered where the boy had learned it. He had an adult mind, thinking deeper than he did. Espada and Till had been bragging about his accomplishments for a long time. The Marquis who sends him to the border will regret it. Marcia can do little, but she will do everything possible. He hopes that this will help the hero at least a little. The boy extended his hand to his brother. Van smiled, and then he thanked his brother and shook his hand. Till shouts that even without magic, Mr. Wang is a smart and wonderful aristocrat. And even that wasn't enough for them, since they sent him to the countryside. Their master is amazing. Wang reminded her that a non-disclosure order had been issued. But now he was looking forward to leaving. The boy realized something. Away from the strict rules of aristocratic life, he would be free. I would like to think about what he should do in the future. As the owner of the village, he may not do anything outstanding and have a lot of free time. He decided to make the village a place for comfortable and happy life. Now he will be damn busy. Aristocrats are the most ordinary people. Despite their pompous speech and excessive pride, they run with their tails between their legs and give priority to the interests of power, forgetting about the people and their safety. A man with a scar on his face speaks about an escort for a young aristocrat. Maybe he's a nice guy. Or maybe he's a headstrong aristocrat who despises their kind. The girl said that's what most people think of adventurers. Then why did they accept the request? The man replied that they had little choice if they wanted to stay in the duchy. Wang approached them, greeted them, and thanked them for accompanying him. The man with the scar walked up to the boy, scratched his head, and said it was nice to meet him. The hero said with admiration that he looked so strong. He's just like a war hero, and his weapon is bulky. It must be heavy. The man confirmed this and said that the heavier the weapon, the more powerful it is. The rest of the adventurers began to get to know the boy and have a good time. After Wang left, the chief adventurer thought about it. It looks like they'll be accompanying an ordinary child. I want to pat him on the head. However, they shouldn't forget about politeness. The girl almost called him Wang Kun. The hero sat and checked some papers. Someone said that there is nothing strange in communicating with adventurers. The things are loaded into 3 carts. The knights cannot go with them, so Marcia hired 10 adventurers. The hero mentally thanked his brother. At first, he and Kamsen had only one carriage, but Till joined them. She had said that she had to go with him. She was his personal maid. The fact that his magic was not suitable for the aristocracy was hidden, and everyone who knew about it was ordered to keep quiet. But some people just can't be shut up. Dai said that he would also accompany him. Taking swords with him, he was going to train him. Van didn't like this idea. He can't use knights as escorts, can he? The man shouted that he was hearing about it for the first time and ordered 2 knights, A-Flat and Rho, to go with him. They obeyed. Espada told Mr. Jalpa that he was retiring a little early. Since his successor was old enough, he agreed. He was already 55 and wanted to relax in the countryside. The hero doesn't understand how the hero could let go of the Espada who worked for him for so many years so easily. It must be hard to find a successor who can replace him. As he got into the carriage, the man said that they would see if he could learn anything from the young gentleman in his old age. The boy mentally asked him to stop. The hero doesn't understand why they both follow him to a remote village. Well, but he is glad that D, who is strong in battle, and Espada, who knows many things, will be on his side. Till asked the boy if something good happened. She noticed that he was smiling. The hero didn't think this would happen, but now this trip to the border worries him. Wang replied that he was glad that they were with him. Smiling, he thanked them. To be fair, Till wasn't the only maid who wanted to go with him, but she was his personal maid. That's what she told Master Marcia when she was fighting for the job. They could take anyone they wanted. Mr. Marcia is a very busy man. He has no time to chat with the maids. And Mr. Yardo and Mr. Sesto don't care about the maids. But Mr. Wang is different from them. Always greets them, treats them sometimes, and even helps with cleaning. They even practiced swordplay together. All the maids love him very much. Van said that this also applies to Kasman. If he doesn't want to, he can stay. The service contract can be terminated or changed. He can ask Marcia to look after him. Kameen said that he decided to dedicate his whole life to him, and will always serve him faithfully and truly. The hero felt awkward and asked what he was talking about. Did he really like him that much? He answered that he liked him very much. He literally adored him. The hero blushed very deeply. There is no coat of arms of the Marquis family on this carriage, because the father does not want anyone to know of his departure. He must simply pretend that it does not exist. He had been in the city often for the past 2 years, so it was sad to leave. The daughter of one of the guards called Mr. Wang. He greeted her. She asked him where he was going. The hero did not understand who told her about it. She pointed to the carts that were labeled Mr. Wang's departure. This is an order from Mr. D. He thought it was sad that they were running away like criminals in the middle of the night, so he decided to reveal his departure to everyone around. The hero noticed that his father had told him not to tell anyone about this. Probably, D didn't even know about it. He must be sleeping in the carriage now, but when he wakes up, he will tell him about it. However, Dai himself was shouting at that time that the youngest son of Marquis Van Ney, Fertio, was leaving. The boy understands that he must stop him. The residents began to approach Mr. Van and ask about his departure. The hero was pleasantly surprised. He smiled, thanked them all, and said goodbye. He didn't think he would be so worried. How sad it was to say goodbye. Someone handed him a handkerchief. It was Till, who was crying very hard herself. The hero was offered fried meat on a stick. In the middle of their journey, he set up camp for the first time, not counting the time he slept in the car of his world. In a dangerous place full of magic and other things, this is the first time this happens to him. They hired 2 groups of adventurers to accompany them. He is Orto Sith, a talented adventurer and the leader of the group. He has been working for over 20 years and is used to dealing with different clients. Even though he was an 8-year-old child, he was acting professionally. Wang thanked him for guarding the perimeter, but he should not forget to rest. The man looked at the hero intently. He asked him what had happened. Ortho said that nothing like that. He would return later with a report. The hero asked Till what was going on. She answered that even an adventurer could see his kindness. He could name over 100 good things about them. The journey continues. Leaving one city and going to another, they set up many camps. He visited 4 cities, small and large, and because of the luggage, they moved slowly. Every day they covered 50 to 100 kilometers. having traveled 500 to 1,000 in 2 weeks. The Marquis's territory is simply enormous. If they were in Japan, they would have already traveled around 3 to 4 prefectures, although he is not sure of the number. Till said that they would be arriving soon. It was like transferring a department head from one department to another. He had to make a good first impression. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly. Till looked out and asked what had happened. The coachman said that it seemed like someone had attacked the village. It looks like someone has attacked the village. The heroes are in shock. Everyone got out of the carriages and stood in a circle. They began to discuss the further plan. It's either a raid of bandits or former mercenaries. Such is nature, either you or them. In time, he will get used to battles. There is a wooden fence around the village which looks quite large, but it is not very effective against arrows. In front of the gate, the entrance to the village, a straight line of fighters in strong armor are lined up, and behind them are the magicians. All that remains for the inhabitants is to protect the village from the inside, like a turtle in a shell. Dai asked the Lord for permission to join the battle. If they work together, they will definitely come up with something. Their opponents will be 40 to 50 people. Even if they attack them suddenly, they will still be outnumbered. Ortho said that it was too dangerous. Dee knows this. There may be injuries and casualties, but they can definitely take back the village. Ortho said that he has a rule. Do not expose team members to mortal risks. Among adventurers, such situations are not uncommon. And if he had to put his life on the line every time, he would have been dead long ago. But there are times when they must give their lives, and now is one of them. These are his lord's first holdings, and his first inhabitants. Ortho noted that he was a noble knight, but unfortunately, the same cannot be said about them. Even if they pay more money, he does not intend to die. In that case, Dee wants to ask them for something. If the situation worsens, they should run. Besides him, the remaining 2 knights will also die. Espada said that he was against it. More than 30 people would fight against him, including mages. As it seemed to him, mages are half of them. And then Dee would die too. After that, there would be no point in recapturing the village. He is the true mage of the 4 elements. The ground beneath their feet is just right, so they can count on his support. Ortho asked if he would really fight. He replied that they should not take risks. First, he will build a wall, and the adventurers will attack from behind the wall at some distance. When the enemies pay attention to them, Dee and his knights will attack from the side. If both surprise attacks are successful, they will be able to win. But what should they do with the mages? And if the archers show up, they will also be at a loss. This carriage is lined with iron plates in some places. After making the first attack, you can get in and drive away. The only task is to attract the enemy. Van asked if the butler also wanted to stay and fight. He confirmed and added that if he stayed behind the wall, Dai and the others would die. The hero objected. In that case, he would die too. The young man was not going to give him up. Espada asked the boy for permission to be selfish this time. The boy suggested using himself as bait. Everyone looked at him and categorically refused. Till shouted that she was definitely against it. She would not forgive him. If he became bait, she would personally go to the enemy. She would also join the battle, then they would definitely win. Casman said that he would go too, if they were together with Till. Van told them all to listen. He asked about the fact that he was now the owner of this village, so they should listen to him. They only hired adventurers to escort him to the village. They are not required to participate in the fighting. Espada is retired now. Having contributed so much to the Marquis family, he cannot die in a place like this. Dee and the others still belong to his father, and they serve him first and foremost. His father wouldn't like it if anything happened to them. Till is like an older sister to him, with whom he has spent more time than with anyone else. He does not want to see his dear person die. Casman, he is happy with his feelings. But even if he is a servant, he himself must choose, to live or to die. He will be happy knowing that he is satisfied with his life. They were ready to follow someone who was labeled as unworthy and kicked out of the family. Such wonderful people as they should not perish. He will just give them orders without doing anything himself. But he will never be like the boss in his past life. He must be responsible and do something himself first, for which he asks for their forgiveness. First, he will ride forward on the carriage. and they will attack from different sides. Concentrating forces on long-range attacks will be pointless. If nothing works, they must flee. They can leave his body, it's okay if they take his life. Since they don't know their names, they won't bother the Marquis. Suddenly, someone sighed. It was Ortho Hebe She Alakre who's Oberbuffen. He said that only this time they would put their lives on the line. The child said that he would sacrifice his life. If he does it again, they will get angry. To be honest, the girl expected something completely different from the aristocrat. Everyone she met did nothing but scratch their tongues. The boy said the name Pluriel. She laughed and said that he even remembered their names. The girl thinks that she can give her life for him. Everyone else was thinking the same thing. The hero was thinking that he couldn't say he remembered her name just because she was cute. A flattened Ruth said that they were noble knights serving the Marquis. Serving Lord Wang was the same as serving the future heir. And now they would protect him, as if they were protecting the future of the family. Espada said that when all this is over, he would like the hero to think about all the responsibility that falls on the shoulders of a candidate for succession. He assures the boy that they will manage in 3 days. The hero thought that he was very tall and scary. The old man suggested using his strategy. First, he would create a wall and attack from a distance. D and his knights will attack from the left, and Orto's team will attack from the right. The rest who can defend themselves will remain here. The knights rushed to attack. Espada began to create a wall. The adventurers watch what is happening, with shock on their faces. They are shocked that he has already created walls. They note that this old man is not a bad mage. It is unlikely that a mage of the 4 elements will work as a butler. But here he is, working. The man asked Ortho why he decided to risk his life, because he could refuse the young aristocrat. He answered that he would be a great man, he cannot die yet. If it were possible, he would like to make him king. In the last 2 weeks, he has completely revised his views on adventurers. He had no idea that there were such people among the aristocrats. During all this time, he had become accustomed to Mr. Wang. If the master was in trouble, he would come to the rescue. But then he did not know. The master of a small village, escorting whom seemed like a troublesome task, but he put his life on the line when it came to his duties. Not only for the territory and the inhabitants, but also for the knights, the maid, and the servant. Moreover, for the lives of the aristocrats. He proposed a strategy in which none of them would die, but in which the 8-year-old child himself would die. Ortho said that the hero was strange, very strange. Till and Kazman hugged the hero. The girl cried and said that everything was fine. And the guy said that if he was on the verge of death, it would be better if he covered him and died. The hero looked sad. He thought that they were more like family than his real relatives. The boys stroked their heads and said that there was a battle going on now, he should help somehow. The 3 of them would get medicine and tools out of the carriage. If it gets too dangerous, they'll help. Till and Kazman wiped away their tears and agreed. The robbers let their guard down. Small settlements lack healthy governance, so such attacks end quickly. The bandits discussed how many women there were, and that today they would have a holiday. Suddenly, one of them was hit by an arrow. And then, basically, everyone started getting shot at. They didn't understand where the walls were coming from. The robbers realized that they were being attacked from both sides. Ortho thought that D and his knights were handling the big swords quite easily. Here he is, the deputy head of the knights of the Fertio family. The robbers were scared. They realized that they would not be able to win and began to retreat. One of the bandits ran somewhere. Ortho noticed it. He shouted that they had stopped the robber who was running towards the wall. Those attacking from a distance will have to be distracted by the enemy. He shouted to them that the enemy was approaching them. A huge robber was next to them. Having already used magic, she will only be able to use the next one in 10 seconds. He won't be able to make it in time. Pluriel thought that she would die. Kazman appeared. The hero said he was here. A warrior with heavy equipment. Pluriel thought it was reckless. 2 children would not stand against him. Van slipped under the robber's feet and cut off the place behind his knees. Kazman entered the fray. He strikes the opponent's head and he falls down, exhausted. Pluriel is in shock. Van said that all the enemies could come running here. They need to keep their eyes open. The girl doesn't understand what's wrong with this child. A few bandits managed to escape, but they defeated the rest, and there were no casualties. This is the best outcome. Once they get the second half of the payment, we will part ways. Pluriel shot at Ortho, and he asked her what happened. Ortho offered to stay here instead of payment. One of the adventurers apologized to his comrade and said that this order was convenient, since they were heading to the neighboring county. They would see each other again. The man agreed. One of the guys agreed to stay. The other said that if it was going to be long, he'd better leave. There were thick forests and mountains nearby, and they could earn even more by hunting. Pluriel said that Van is not like the usual aristocrats. Any adult would envy his thinking. That is why he would like to stay, so small and already so smart. Not everyone who is raised by an aristocrat becomes one. He is a genius. Wang seems like an ordinary arrogant aristocrat, but when he speaks, he is a completely different person, polite and easygoing, but cheerful and friendly with the people of the city. Even though he is an aristocrat, he has no desire to look down on them. Ortho thinks that he has never seen such aristocrats. If you think about it, his magic is completely useless for combat. The boy was literally ready to die. Pluriel said that he saved her when she was in danger. She must repay the debt. And he's not even 10 yet. A mystery child. He's the best aristocrat Ortho knows. If he were to become a ruler one day, he'd like to see how big his territory would be. He offered to help him. The other adventurers agreed with him. Till told Mr. Wang to start putting his life before theirs. The hero said he understood everything. The girl asked him to repeat it. Tesman understood that he needed to make an effort. Pluriel approached them and asked if everything was okay. He is so young, and he has already brought a girl to tears. Van said that he tries to be honest with girls, especially with those who are dear to him. The adventuress asked if the gentleman was an elf. As children, they are not particularly different from humans. Both then and now, she is not very polite to the aristocrat. The hero said that Till has been taking care of her since childhood, so he is an ordinary person. The girl realized that he does not care about impolite treatment. She asked about fencing. Wang pointed at Dai and said that he trained him even though he was too small. Said that he was training him to become stronger than him. Pluriel suggested that his butler Espada was training him. The hero confirmed this. His way of thinking is formed by the people around him. The adventuress bowed her knee and head before the boy and said that his actions and swordsmanship would save her in a moment of danger. She thanked him and said that she would never forget it. The hero smiled and said that everything was fine. If you think about it, as an aristocrat, he is very charismatic. He has already managed to win the hearts of adventurers. Espada said that it looked like the villagers were gathered at the gate. Till noted that, while it wasn't what they were expecting, they had finally arrived. Wang said that this was their first meeting, and they needed to make a good impression. The villagers looked very shabby, and their houses were in disrepair. The hero introduced himself to them. He said that he was sent here by Lord Fertio, who has recently been ruling this territory, including this village. From now on, he will rule this village. An elder came forward and said that his name was Rhonda, and that he was very grateful for their help to the village. The hero heard rumors that in this village, neither the owners nor the soldiers take command. He wants to protect this village, so from now on he takes on the role of the leader. He hopes for his understanding and help. It was too formal an apology. Ortho tried to hold back his laughter. Rondo remarked that it was very kind of him. He invited him into the house. He tells him that once upon a time, 150 people lived in this village. 6 months ago, and last month, the village was attacked by bandits, so now only 100 people are left. And today was the third attack. Each one was different. The boy asked why they were their main target. He thinks it has something to do with the kingdom of Geronetta. It's close to the village. The Knights of the Border Guard patrolled the border during the time of Count Ferdinand, but now that the Lord has changed, the border has been abandoned. Simply put, the village is in danger because it now belongs to Lord Fulfio, the Lord's influence. Other aristocrats would have cut off Rhonda's head. The former ruler, Count Ferdinand, had supporters in every city. It turns out that his father, Lord Fertio, appointed governors only for the big cities, and the situation in the small villages is still unknown. A small village is a village that does not need to be protected and pays almost no taxes. Wang stopped him and said that from now on he would notify him of everything. There is no point in complaining, bemoaning, or criticizing the state of this country. He may not believe it, but it will not change anything. Ronda's son, Malaga, jumped up and asked what they were telling the nobles. The hero thought that he had a healthy body, and his eyes were quite bright, but with such a hot-tempered personality, the village had no future. The boy asked him to sit down. He speaks for this village. The nobility must be responsible. If you think about it, perhaps the founder of the kingdom, King Berlinet, left a flaw by making a mistake in the law. Everyone looked at the hero carefully. Espada cleared his throat. Van understands that he has nothing to fear, even though he will become the ruler of a village that is on the brink of destruction. But this village has them. However, nothing will change by complaining about the laws of the kingdom, and what it should be. There are 3 specific measures. The girl was surprised that there are 3 solutions to the problem. First, you need to create something valuable that the kingdom can't ignore. Second, make money regularly and hire mercenaries. Third, reconstruct the village yourself. The girl said that they had also thought about this, however, none of them could be accomplished so easily. If they are in such a remote place, even if they sell wood or stone, it is impossible to make a profit due to the problem of transportation costs. However, due to the low level of education, it will be difficult for the villagers to produce handicrafts that have a market value, and if so, they will not be able to make a profit. And therefore, there is no need to reconstruct the village. However, they appeared in this village. The hero knows that they were not easy, but now he has come, having received the necessary education, and he will do everything possible for the defense and development of this village. They were silent. Espada decided to intervene. He introduced himself as the butler of the Fertio house. Master Wang, despite being only 8 years old, was entrusted with the management of the land. Many people consider him a gifted child for this reason, although it was too bold of him, but therefore he and the deputy leader of the knightly order, Dai, came to faithfully befriend them. The villagers do not understand why such high-ranking officials are in their village. It is like a dream. Malaga asked if they really want to help. They asked him if he really possessed the 4 elements. He said that he did not possess any. Therefore, they should not expect fighting power. The residents were despondent. Wang said that first of all they should strengthen the walls so that no one could get through. The fence is strong enough, but it is made of wood and vulnerable to fire. Same with the houses. He asked Espada about the fact that the stone remains hard. He said that as long as the magic is active, it will remain hard, but later it will become an ordinary lump of earth. Then they can use the lumps to strengthen the walls. Any size will do. He is confident that they will have time to make a strong wall. They could use a ditch. It would help keep out the bandits. D said they would take care of that. They were already used to digging trenches. He also suggested making some traps. And prepare for an attack from the wall. They will need bows and arrows. Or stones. They are easier for the peasants. The hero asked Rhonda to gather the villagers. They should greet them and explain the plan. The hero stood before the residents and said that this was all he could say. He would do everything possible for the development of the village. And he thanked them for their support, even though he is a child. But he has strong and smart people behind him. If bandits come, they will be able to fight back together. They must build a prosperous village. Now the hero looked like a politician. One of the residents addressed the boy. He asked about their taxes. Until now, they paid 30% of their harvest, as well as monster skins and fangs. The boy thought it was too much, so they lowered it to 10%. If it wasn't enough, he could pay it once. First of all, it is important that they have a stable life. There are cases where people sell their children because of debts. They will be happy to have their taxes reduced. The woman asked if they could call the knightly order. The hero explains that the message will take 2 weeks. A week for confirmation. 3 weeks for the knights to travel. It is too late to call for help. They will most likely not come because of the distance. The residents began to resent. The hero understands their anger. But at present, the marquises have neither the budget nor the knights to protect the vast territory. Even if they could persuade the knights, there would be too few of them to help them. They would need 200 men. You would have to pay for food, horses, armor, tools. The costs for mercenaries would be even higher. The hero asked Espada to build a wall behind the wooden fence. He did so. All the inhabitants were surprised. Now, more than ever, they need their help. But if they are with them, this village will survive. and become much stronger. They don't have enough housing, so they rest in a wagon. Randa wanted to give away his house, but he couldn't put it on the street. This moment never complained that he only had production magic. Never was he so bitter. If you do not have elemental magic, then nothing can be done about it. He tried to appeal to them, but the villagers were skeptical. He had to win their trust. For the sake of the village's success and happy life. With his magic, he will protect this village. He will make it a pleasant place for people to live. D says that you can't just defend yourself. Ideally, if the enemy attacks them, they can attack him. Usually they attack from the walls with magic bows and arrows. From a low wall, the attack will not be so effective. Rondo says that they used spears to attack through gaps in the forest fortress before. D says that the enemy is in the same position now, and they will be able to stab them with spears again. Van suggested using a catapult. Espada explained that a catapult was a siege weapon. They couldn't use it for defense. Rhonda asked what it was. The catapult shoots huge boulders, but it is difficult to determine where they will fall, and it also takes time to reload the catapult itself. However, fortress walls and watchtowers are large enough that they can be easily destroyed with a catapult. The radius of destruction will be larger if they throw a box filled with stones. They will aim it at the gate, and their attack will be much more effective. If they put a bottle of oil and a torch in there, they will instantly set the ground on fire, which will be more effective. Spada asked who invented this mechanism. The hero said that it was him. The comrades do not believe in his production magic at all. He himself does not fully understand it. In order to master it, on the way to the village, he often used it to learn how to freely change the shape of stones, wood, and metal. And now is the time to show everyone what he has learned. The hero asks Ort if they can already occupy the village since the opposition party has left. He replied that he would stay in this village for a short time to earn some money by hunting mythical monsters. He said that it looked clean here. He senses monsters here, so he tells them to hurry. It could be dangerous here, so he tells them to cut down the nearby trees. The hero is amazed by Ort's intuition. During the journey, they notice and destroy enemies he didn't even know existed. Despite his skill, he can't raise his level. Kazman called the master and pointed to a huge tree. The boy replied that it was too big. They would not be able to cut it down. The servant pointed to another, but that was also very big. He didn't imagine the shape clearly enough, so he uses magic. The new shape will be strange and fragile. He wouldn't call magic easy to use. However, if he imagines even a small part of it, he will be able to do what he wants. The bottom of his stomach becomes warm. The power reaches his fingertips. The image must be as small and detailed as possible. It must even represent the fibers of the tree. If it can, they will intertwine with each other and the cords will be able to form a strong knot. It looks like the hero did it when the fibers are separated into small pieces and bound together. They are transformed into a wooden cube. This cube is made of wood, but it looks like plastic. Till noted the amazing quality of the cubes, but asked what it was. The hero replied that it was similar in structure to nanofiber. A fiber block, but it is stronger than wood under any treatment. They will make a lot of things from these blocks. The boy suggested first to carry it to the carriage, and then to process it. The adventuress asked what it was. Didn't he collect wood? Ortho took one cube and said that it was lighter and much harder than he thought. Breaking it would be a real challenge. The hero suggested that he try. The boy is interested in how strong he is. The adventurer took out his sword and threw the cube at the stone with all his might. Everyone watches. There was a dent left on the stone, but the cube was only slightly scratched. There wasn't a single break in it. Till said it was so cool, it was really strong. So strong that he broke the stone. The hero asked what was harder, stone or wood. Ortho said that he was talking about the stone breaking, but this light block did not. So the hero found something very useful. During the ride in the carriages, Wang realized that his magic power was exhausted. This has consequences. He heard that magic is complicated, but has logic. Till said that all things are skillfully made. How does magic work? You need to imagine the whole weapon, its metal sharpened blades, shape. He succeeded. The hero noticed how Kazman looked at him with delight. He gave it to him. The boy beamed with happiness. He said that it would be his family heirloom. Till was also waiting for something from the gentleman. He gave her an axe with a skull. She was clearly discouraged. She thanked the boy. He asked her if she didn't like such a weapon, but he made it strong so that it would be impossible to scratch or break. Till decided to fix the situation and said that she loves axes, and she is delighted with this cool hatchet. The boy is glad that she liked it. He apologizes to her in his mind and says that he will make her an ornament, but a little later, he is not sure how much magic power is consumed, but wouldn't it improve his production magic? Looking at all the things he had created, the hero thought that all of this could be used in an unusual way. Espada began to build the wall. It takes shape once every half day. Orto says that this butler is a little crazy, but a very good mage. The hero is glad that they put him on the same level as Espada. The mage is a good butler. He supported the Marquis in difficult times. The adventurer also finds it strange. Such mages are usually attracted to the army. If he was an adventurer, he would be of the highest rank. The hero says that he is glad that he followed him, even though he was going to retire. The future is as important to him as the past. He hopes that Espada will have a happy old age. Espada appeared next to the Lord and said that he was growing up before his eyes. Now, as a lord, he would have to accept all the responsibility and weight of this title. He said that there had been no progress in the last 3 days. Now, it was more important to strengthen the village's defenses. He would work on strengthening the gates. The butler asked if the master would have time to strengthen them. Then Dee appeared and said that he would help to dump the stones into a pile. Van said that he was here to do something with magic. Dai was surprised and said that he admired him. No matter how hard he worked, he couldn't do anything with magic. The boy realized that this was wood, and the process was similar to making regular wooden blocks. The only thing that worried him was the weight. This was the key to defending against the enemy. For now, this was all they had. Everyone watches in shock what the main character does. They don't believe what's happening. The hero was able to transform the gate. It became large, with the coat of arms of the duchy. Everyone looked at it with their mouths open. The boy asked Ortho to cut this door with his sword. If he does this, he will be restored, so he can spare no effort. The hero wants to test the power of the wall, so he asks him to do his best. The adventurer struck the first blow. He continued to strike. Everyone covered their ears. The man stopped and was in shock. There was a scratch left. Wood is not a very suitable material. People asked him how he did it. Why wood is so hard. Van thinks with pride that he was able to help them. At least he hopes. In the morning, the hero woke up in a carriage. Sleeping in cramped quarters with only a sleeping bag is uncomfortable, and you can't even wash yourself properly. On the way, they stayed overnight in camps and carts. Even upon arrival in the village, they have to sleep in the carriage. He is a nobleman, but now he feels like an adventurer. As Till and Kasmin stepped out of the carriage, they greeted him. He's doing fine, but these two and the others are doing much worse. They're too exhausted. This can't go on. Before the village can be defended, it must be provided with food, clothing, and shelter. The boy decides to try to create a house. He ordered Kasmin to bring wooden blocks. He agreed. Rhonda looked at the pile of stones and asked what it was. Van replied that he wanted to build a house on this site. He asked about safety. Is this area suitable? The hero replied that this was the center of the village, and Van's mansion would look just right here. A square could be built nearby. When they have free time, they can organize some festival. He is strong enough. But will he ever be able to build something bigger than a house? He, Till, Kasmin, and Espada could live there. And Dee and the Knights could have their own quarters, 4 support beams to start with, and then he would decide on the size. Imagine it as a wire and insert it into the ground. The thicker the column, the better. Then you need the floor and the walls. Only then can you assemble the roof. You also need the interior walls. He had imagined it in his head, but now it seems much bigger. He used up all the blocks, but the house is finished. It now has a kitchen and a toilet, 1 large bedroom and a second smaller one. There are still 2 small rooms left. Something needs to be done with them, otherwise Espada will be angry. He'll hang shutters on the windows for now. He'll have to ask the merchant about quartz sand. The hero asked if he was too big. Espada replied that it was too small. However, it was the largest mansion in the area. It didn't look like wood at all, but it looked great. Till admired it. Kazman said that Mr. Wang's magic resembled the abilities of kings. Wang shook his head and said that magic was interesting, but he still thought that strong attack magic was much better. The citizens should feel like they are behind a stone wall behind their lord. Till said that she would rather live in his city than in the city of Marquis Jalpa. The hero thought that these were 100% personal feelings. Espada said that the hero is right when it comes to war, but in times of peace, people want a ruler who will make their lives better, and he can't name a person who would be better suited for this role than he is. Kazman said that he would always follow him. The hero awkwardly thanked him. Suddenly they heard a cry about what it was. The hero replied that it was a house built with magic. The knights were shocked, because he wasn't here a few minutes ago. Wang said that if they could get more wood, they could build houses for everyone. Dai gave the order to carry the wood. If necessary, they could use the carts. But everything had to be here by noon. The knights obeyed the order. The hero had never seen such speed. Where was the usual relaxed atmosphere? Orto said that they were also going into the forest right now. He would chop, and they would transport everything on carts. They must not let the knights overtake them. The hero thinks that they live in a village. Why do they need a house? Residents looked at the house in shock. Rhonda said that he was told that he could build houses. People started complaining about their homes. As he thought, one house wouldn't do. But their houses are really flimsy. He told them to stand in line. They will provide them with new housing. The residents were genuinely happy. If his magic can make these people happy, then he has no choice. Espada and the villagers build barricades. D, along with Mr. Orto and the others, gather wood, and the hero took Till and Kazman with him to build houses. He's already gotten used to his powers, so he can handle creating these kinds of things. He really would like to be able to design his own interior. He feels like he's taking orders from someone else, and it's depressing because it brings back memories of his corporate days. But once he starts, he can't stop. D said it was a masterpiece. He was amazed. In essence, the buildings are grouped in fours, and the alleys and streets are arranged in a grid. This type of development is called block. In the future, it will be expanded. The houses of the common people were built uniformly so that there were no special differences. For now, this is enough, but when they have enough building stone, they will rebuild these houses individually for each family, although they are extremely grateful even without this. In addition, he also built a small, simple bathhouse near the main mansion. The girls were happy. The hero just wanted to wash himself, but he's glad that they're happy. Pluriel used her water magic to purify the water, and her retro alternative for heating water with fire. Till and Pluriel invited him to the bath with them. The maid said that Kazman looked quite grown up, so that 10-year-old Kazman would go with the adults. He was only 8, but he should not be mistaken for a little child. In fact, he is over 20. Van said that he is actually an adult too. The girls laughed at him and agreed. However, later the hero deeply regretted it. The hero took a bath and was glad that he finally had a place to sleep. When he went out into the room, he noticed an empty room. He mentally asked himself what kind of sadness it was to use sleeping bags indoors. He had to hurry and make beds for everyone. He would at least make simple beds from the hay and straw that the locals had shared. The bed turned out soft and fluffy. The hero is happy. I wished myself good night and fell asleep. In the morning, the boy has breakfast and says that it is delicious. After a good night's sleep, he is full of energy. Till said she was a little worried because they didn't have enough ingredients. How wonderful it is to have a delicious breakfast in your own home and laugh carefree with Till. Defending the village is also important, but in addition to that, they need to find a way to get regular income. Espada said that they were currently arriving once a month or so. As far as he could tell, their only contact with the outside world was through traders. The hero thinks about how Espada speaks in such a serious tone, even though he has an omelet on his mustache. The boy believes that he can manage the house, furniture, clothes, and other household items. They have plenty of provisions. So perhaps they should focus on building up their defenses. The butler said that they don't have any seasonings. In addition, they also don't have the ingredients for his favorite sweet pastry. The hero was surprised and looked at Till. She looked away. He decided to make something to sell in this village right now. He asks her to give him an idea. Kasman suggested wooden blocks made by the master. Van rejected the idea, as he was the only one capable of making them. Till suggested going hunting and getting some useful materials. The proposal was rejected. Espada said that the solution should be to sell the harvest. But given the peculiarities of this village, there are difficulties. And this method will not bring in income in the short term anyway. Someone asked about Mr. Wang being in love. Kisara said that he had already offered to try it out to see how it worked. He may be a scout, but he was actually responsible for disarming traps. But they are worried that they might easily ruin Mr. Wang's precious gift. The hero tells Till and Kasman that he appreciates their gratitude, but everything will be fine. Oak Knight's shield. It is tightly covered with leather on the inside and along the edges, which makes it strong and elastic. Kasman hit the shield lightly. Kisara said that he understood that he didn't want to hurt him, but the blow was too weak. However, Kusa flew away from the shield. Everyone is in shock. The adventurer started crying and saying that he had just received it. It was brand new. Van came up to him and told him to hold the shield for a bit. He would make it stronger than before. The shield became whole again. Kisara was happy. Ortho asked what all the fuss was about. He noticed that they were just in time. He asked if they could sell the ore. There are quite a lot of powerful evil spirits in the depths of the forest. He believes that it is because of the Wolfsburg Mountains nearby. Either way, they can extract rare minerals without going deep into the mountains. It's iron ore, but there's also silver and copper. He even managed to get some gold. He showed it to Mr. Wang. This is mithril ore. The hero is very happy and surprised. Ortho has a suggestion. Until now, the problem of extraction was the great remoteness and difficult terrain. It seems that the only thing that was undertaken was nightly expeditions. But for them, herbs and minerals are of no interest. For experienced adventurers, this is a good chance to set up ore mining. And if there are such rich deposits in the foothills, then in the Wolfsburg Mountains themselves, you can definitely find even more. The hero decided to process the iron ore first. In the case of wood, the processing process occurs evenly, distributing between the layers. But in the case of iron ore, magic penetrates gradually, and there are those that it copes with instantly. The hero got a cube. Xara suggested he try to forge a sword from it. A thin, double-edged sword would be just right. Ortho didn't understand whether he liked swords or iron weapons in general. The young man offered to make weapons for all the adventurers, since they had brought them. Xara asked to make him one dagger and one long sword. The hero began creating the first iron weapon. He managed to create a sword in a short period of time. He handed it to Zara and said that he would be their first client. He was very happy. People watch and discuss how the hero creates weapons. Having improved the sword, the hero hands it to Zara. He cries with happiness. The other adventurers ran up to the gentleman and asked him to create weapons for them as well. The boy was surprised that his weapons were in demand among professionals. Pluriel said that it could be sold for quite a lot of money after it was tested in the case. Espada said that this was indeed a novelty. Ore deposits in the middle of a forest, not in the mountains. This is rare. The exceptions are golems made of stone, iron, and other ores, so if there is a dungeon nearby, that explains everything. The adventurers said that they had not come across anything like that. They haven't explored the area enough yet, so it's likely that there's a dungeon somewhere. Espada said that if the dungeon was discovered, their affairs would change dramatically. This village would start a rich trade turnover. Wang said that if they found a new dungeon, the importance of the village would greatly increase. Dungeons are a real treasure trove of resources. Most of the country's weapons, jewelry, and other artifacts were taken from underground. That's why they are so important. Finding a dungeon is a great achievement for adventurers. If this village reports the dungeon, it's unlikely they'll be able to accept guild members. There's simply a shortage of food and other resources. There is also the possibility of an attack by a neighboring country. Since the hero is an obstacle for the Fertio family, if they have the chance, they will immediately get rid of him. Therefore, it is necessary to expand and develop this village first before declaring the dungeon. It is not profitable to announce the dungeon now. The dungeons are important for both the country and the aristocracy. His family considers him useless, and they have no plans for his future. If he declares the dungeon now, it will simply be offered to one of his brothers. Therefore, He must use force to ensure that this village does not fall to anyone. So far, everything is fine with housing. Next comes financing and ensuring defense. We need manpower, but there are few who can work with their hands. We would like to stock up on weapons and shields before the merchants arrive. Defense is no less important. The outer side is almost ready. He laid out the stones and managed to make these walls as strong as concrete. Of course, all this was not without the help of magic. At first, there was not enough height and thickness, but he solved this problem. And on the wall itself, he placed simple ballistas. He used leather in production. It is equipped with a large shield at the front, allowing it to fire huge bolts without fear of enemy counterattack. He placed heads around the perimeter of the village on which he mounted ballistas. He praised Kazman for his work. He said that he simply gave him stones, and he transformed the village with such ease. He replied that he was a lord, so he was obliged to work for the good of the village. He asked Kazman what he was striving for. This is a question that could very well be asked of him. He replied that he wanted to protect him. Wang thanked him but asked him not to overdo it. Kazman was always so straightforward and caring about him. Next time he would make him armor. His dear knight needed a beautiful armor that would protect him in difficult times. The hero worked hard for the next 3 days. Espada said that this can no longer be called a village, more like a small fortress. Bandits will definitely not be able to get past these walls. And if only Jalpa had realized the power of Lord Wang, the House of the Marquis would have quickly prospered. Espada said that the head of the house considered the ability to fight to be of primary importance. There was no point in discussing it now. Dee began to complain and pointed out that if given time, Van would become stronger than anyone else. They started throwing different arguments at each other. Till and Kazman watched in shock. The hero was silent. Then he said that it is pointless to regret circumstances or the talent you were born with. It is important to be able to adapt and live with what fate gave you. He decided to quote a phrase he had heard somewhere before, and it seemed they liked it. Dee laughed and agreed with the master. The hero noted that the atmosphere had become more cheerful. It was time to work. The ditches had just been dug and were not yet filled with water. A moat with water was the best for defense. There was something aesthetic about it. The hero understands that they need a more reliable source of water. Water is the most important thing for life. Suddenly, someone shouted that there was trouble. The bandits are here. They are already coming from the other wall. The hero told everyone to go behind the walls, and also to raise the bridge and close the gates. He said to check if there was anyone left outside. The boy noticed that people followed his orders, but were still afraid to fight. It was the same in the last fight. He's a little scared himself. As a lord, he can't afford to look scared. He will take charge and lead them. He knows they are scared, but this is an important battle for the future of the village. He will fight for it too. He definitely won't be able to cope alone. He asks the residents to help. Together they will protect the village. Everyone agreed to fight together. The hero thanked them. He told them to go up to the watchtowers. At least 5 people in each direction. At least 10 people at the gates. He also ran up the stairs, but Till stopped him. He told her that he had to go too. Dee passed by. The hero asked him to take his men and find out what the enemy was planning. He would continue to give instructions. Dee said that the master can rely on him. Dee can confidently say that he is an outstanding leader, a genius, and generally the best of the best. 546. Even if he is surrounded, he will still win. All this is the result of the high training of his soldiers and the choice of the best tactics for fighting. He is proud of the fact that he has achieved greater success than Commander Stradale. He will now serve Mr. Wang. All this time, Mr. Wang surprised him again and again. He will trust him and risk his life. What happens next? What a sight! It finally became clear who that group was in the distance. It looked like bandits. The hero asked what was going on. He said that there were about 50 or 100 of them. The distance to them was several hundred meters. And it looked like they were confidently running towards them. They needed to prepare for defense. The boy assumed that they were being followed by someone. It seems the scout noticed the tail. The bandits were being chased by an armored dragon. And it wasn't alone. There weren't even 2 of them. This is bad. Experienced knights have a hard time fighting armored dragons. And there is not a single experienced fighter in this village. Regular weapons will not be able to penetrate them. This magic is effective, but the only mages who can fight now are Espada and the daughter of that adventurer. And the adventurers themselves went to get materials. Even if there is no mage, a heavy knight could slow him down, and then strike at his weak point. But the locals are unlikely to succeed. They will not withstand heavy attacks with tail and claws. The hero ordered everyone to stand behind the ballistas and place the bolts from the ballistas nearby .559. D thought that it weighed no more than a dagger and would definitely not penetrate an armored dragon. He shouted to everyone to obey Mr. Wang and carry out his orders. The bandits ran and asked for help. There is no end in sight for the dragons. Even a large city would have a hard time repelling such an attack. About 40 monsters, 8 meters tall. They may use bandits as bait. The hero said that he felt sorry for the robbers. When he finds himself in a difficult situation, it is better to relax and laugh in the face of danger. Then a solution will be found. Van said to aim at the dragons. They should shoot when the bandits jump into the moat. Dai told them not to be afraid. If they hit the eye or the mouth, that would be just fine. They would have a better chance then. Today, none of them, Mr. Wang's subjects, would die. They would win this battle. They have to show what they can do. They have dragon shashlik for dinner tonight. Frightened people ran away, breathing heavily. They were being pursued by a whole crowd of armored dragons who were trying to reach the moat and hide from danger. The bandits began to slide down the slope. One of the fugitives fell. Then one of the monsters grabbed his cloak with its claw. Screaming, the man found himself in the air near huge, toothy mouths. The rest of the robbers were very frightened by what they saw. The defenders of the fortress also trembled with fear at this sight. At that moment, the knight shouted that everyone needed to get ready. After this, arrowheads emerged from the ballista. At this time, the bloodthirsty monsters were finishing their meal. Assessing the enemy and clinging to the weapon, D thought that this would be even harder than he thought. The taut bowstring indicated that the device was ready. Then the man shouted for the defenders to open fire. At that very moment, a multitude of arrows rained down on the dragons on the other side of the ditch. In the depths of the ravine, people were still hiding. The arrow headed straight for the monster's head. The dragons roared in pain. A dent from an arrow appeared in the monster's massive head. The knight was taken aback by the lightning strike and mentally thought that the arrows had disappeared. But the dragon's head had already swayed and fallen to the side. The dragons were wounded. Not understanding what was happening, the knight only saw an arrow sticking out of the monster. The armored dragon with an arrow in its paw roared in pain. When the dragon freed his paw, D was amazed. The knight realized that the arrow had pierced the paw right through. The man mentally clarified that she had fallen into the paw of the rear dragon, and only after she had pierced the paw did she stick into the ground. Dai mentally noted that he had expected fewer defeats. At this time, Wang on the other side shouted to the knight, asking how things were going. A startled knight called out from the wall. According to the knight, about 10 dragons were defeated with one volley. The residents were pleasantly surprised by this news. But D was worried because there were no more arrows and they needed to bring them from other ballistas that they weren't using. The defenders rushed for arrows. At that moment, the protagonist plunged into memories of solid wooden cubes. Having analyzed his past experience, the aristocrat suggested that he could make wooden arrows instead of iron ones. D gave the order to load the remaining iron arrows and cock the ballistas. The defenders, tense, aimed their weapons at the enemy. As he continued to ponder, the knight noticed that the men on the towers had taken up positions. D was confident that they would win, and the second volley would be even more accurate. Under a barrage of arrows flying at the dragons, the knight shouted that now the monsters would see the full power of this village. Under the roars of the monsters, D ordered to open fire. The knight was amazed. Many more dragons were killed by wooden arrows, which greatly surprised D. The knight mentally noted that the result was different from the iron ones, but he managed to pierce such thick scales. The man immediately ordered to use wooden arrows. At that time, he thought that the master was right, and they could cope without iron arrows. He gave the command to aim. D shouted the command fire. Finally, all the monsters were defeated. D and the other defenders looked at this sight in surprise. The knight shouted joyfully that they had won. The protagonist and his maid were shocked by this news. At that very moment, the villagers shouted with delight about the victory, and the happy Van was embraced by his maid with tears of joy in his eyes. D smiled at the people's jubilation. He noted in his mind that the enemy had been destroyed, while they did not even have any wounded, and they had spent about 60 arrows. The knight said out loud that if he had told Commander Stradale about this, he would definitely not have believed it. With a gentle smile, the man thought that such a result seemed simply impossible. Turning to Stradale, he noticed that Wang had grown noticeably. While the happy protagonist rejoiced next to his friends, the knight said that it was hard to even imagine. After a while, Wang went up to die. With his arms spread wide, the excited knight showed his master the results of their battle, happy that they had succeeded. The boy approvingly patted the knight. He noted that it was all thanks to D and thanked him for it. Looking at the battlefield, the hero was perplexed. The amazed Wang counted 44 monsters and praised his men. The knight laughed good-naturedly, clapping the boy on the back. He replied that it was all thanks to the nobleman's ballistae. The man was amazed that simple wooden arrows were able to pierce the steel scales. With a good-natured smile, Dai praised the ballistas and patted Wang on the back too hard. Wang, horrified, asked him to stop or he would fall. When the knight stopped, the hero turned his attention to the ditch. There were still bandits in it. He noted that about 30 people survived. D had completely forgotten about them. At that moment, a rope fell towards the frightened people. The knight threateningly ordered them to tie each other up, warning that otherwise they would be hit by the same rain of arrows. The people, in fear, immediately agreed. When the bandits appeared before Van, they swore that they would change. They begged him not to hand them over to the authorities. Otherwise, they would be made slaves or simply imprisoned. The aristocrat, surrounded by a crowd of citizens, pondered their words. They asked to be allowed to work for him. At this time, an old man stepped forward. The village elder said that these people often robbed their village. One of the villagers came out of the crowd and grabbed one of the bandits by the collar. He was indignant that they seemed to have forgotten that they had taken the lives of his parents and taken many lives from this village. Enraged, he shouted that he would kill him and prepared to hit the thief. But a small hand stopped him. Holding the attacker's fist, Wang apologized and asked him not to dirty his hands with it. The main character said and asked to leave it to him. With tears in his eyes, the man agreed. Addressing the crowd of tied-up people, he said that they would still have to face the law, and as soon as someone arrived here, they would be taken away. Wang ended by saying that for now, they would work for the benefit of the village. New workers worked on the dragons. The frightened robbers meekly agreed. Van and Ortho stood on the wall watching them work. The adventurer noted how many surprises there had been this week. Van just chuckled good-naturedly. Pluriel noted how many swords were in perfect condition without espada magic. Another adventurer questioned how difficult it was to deal with even one dragon. The girl noticed that even if 30 people used Master Wang's excellent swords, they would still only be able to handle 5 to 6 dragons at most. Ortho replied that we need to do it while everything is fresh. The next day, Orto, D, Kamson, and some of the villagers joined in butchering the carcasses. Wang changed the material of the stripping knife, and it became sharper. All teams completed the task in 3 days. Then the next night, in front of his estate, the aristocrat addressed the residents with a speech, noting the improvements in the village. The main character organized many fires and assured that now you cannot worry about money and enjoy delicious meat. Wang allowed everyone to drink as much sake as they wanted, but no more than 2 glasses per person. He himself raised his mug and congratulated everyone on their great victory. The residents raised their mugs and drank to the health of their master. The boy's friends were also there. The crowd roared, happy that they had managed to do it. People were happy with drinks that they had not had for a long time. The main character really liked the meat. Ortho noted that dragon meat was delicious. Van agreed. The adventurers who were involved in selling dragons explained to the aristocrat that the meat was so soft because it was protected by a hard shell on the outside. Ortho said he had verified that the ballista arrows were as powerful as the weapons Wang had made for them. The knight did not know that the Lord had given weapons to the adventurers, and he was upset that he had not given him the sword. The adventurers praised their swords, which suited them perfectly. D and the villagers surrounded the protagonist, bombarding him with orders for swords. The man asked not to take payment for the weapon because he was his loyal subject. When Orto also asked for equipment, Van couldn't stand it and ran away. The residents began to treat the main character kindly. The bandits surrounded Van, caring for him. The resident noted the strange behavior of the robbers. After all, despite the fact that the enemy was right in front of him and a hard life awaited him, he still went over to the side of the main character. Next to him sat a man who tried to hit one of the thieves, clenching his fist. The villager was grateful that Wang had not allowed him to become like them. Filled with determination, he turned to others to make the village a better place for the sake of the families who had died. Raising his fist to the sky, he decided to try some meat for now. The elder and his children, sitting by the fire, rejoiced that the days had come again when they could laugh and eat delicious food. The girl noted that even an aristocrat was with them. The son gasped at this. At this time, Espada, Till, and Khamsin came to them, standing up for their master and dispelling the worries of those sitting. The girl assumed that Master Wang was going to do many more amazing things. The villagers continued to enjoy their meals with lit fires. At this time, Ortho discussed how much he could get for the dragon. According to the adventurer's calculations, about 20 gold coins. Van was surprised by such a large sum, but the man did not take into account the expenses. Together with them, one monster could get about 8 gold. However, the aristocrat was satisfied with this amount, since they had 40 such dragons, so they would receive more than 300 coins. Having converted it into yen, the boy was amazed at the sum of 300 million. The butler approached and congratulated Van on his successful defense. The boy thanked him and offered Espada some meat, since he had also helped with the protective barrier, but the butler looked excited. He noted that this was an excellent result, but there were some difficulties. After clearing his throat, Espada disappointed the young man by telling him about the 50% tax they would have to pay to the Marquis's treasury. Van was not happy with this news. He remembered the tax system of his world and was mentally upset that even here it existed. The protagonist anxiously asked the butler if there was a way to hide their victory, but Espada doubted that it was possible with such a number. Van was very upset. Besides that, he remembered something. The nobleman was horrified and realized that they would learn about the state of the village. Wang thought that it would be difficult to keep it a secret. However, at that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. The protagonist reasoned that he did not know anyone who served the Marquis with such devotion for decades as Espada. He kept thinking that he would have to hide the truth, and that would be a betrayal of his father. But the hero had doubts, because the butler had previously preferred a peaceful life with the protagonist, rather than his father. Then he decided to trust and find out what could be done. Espada suggested informing the hero's older brother about this. Wang repeated the idea as he thought about the proposal. He then understood what the butler had meant, noting the shrewdness of this plan. The credit for the dragons must be attributed to Marcia. The aristocrat thought over the details of the plan. He decided that they would stumble upon the herd in the forest, destroying them separately. This idea, as the boy noted, was convenient for both of them. In this fight between the brothers, Van wants Marcia, who supported him in many ways, to win. Then, the protagonist looked at Espada with admiration, and then he praised the butler for his idea. The next day, the residents wished their master good morning with a smile. Many people thanked the hero. He mentally noted that they had become benevolent. Someone shouted for the master to allow him to marry Till. At this, the maid next to Van was embarrassed and indignant. The aristocrat only smiled softly. But suddenly the boy became serious and grabbed the girl's hand. The maid, not expecting this, noticed with a smile that Mr. Wang had not held her for a long time and asked if he wanted affection. The main character, frowning, remembered that in the situation with the bathhouse he behaved like an adult, but he was 8 years old and this was a child's privilege. Khamsin followed them, and the crowd of residents were touched. Suddenly, Van let go of the girl's hand, to which she gasped. The maid did not understand why the protagonist let her go. The aristocrat reflected on the fact that he was, after all, a milord. The boy mentally noted that affection was important, but dignity was also worth a lot. Van thought that Till would leave him someday, but her happiness comes first. After that, he turned to the maid. The aristocrat began to say that if a man appeared who would interest her, but then the girl interrupted him. Putting her hand on her chest, she answered with feeling that she wanted to take care of Vanya, so she hadn't even thought about it. She sincerely wanted to continue being close to him. The hero became embarrassed and took Till's hand again. Together with the girl and Khamsin was climbing the steps. Suddenly, someone called out to him. It was one of the defenders. The man saw the traitors. The boy leaned over the wall, trying to see them. The man clarified that they were Mr. Bell and Mr. Lango. Seeing two small dots in the distance, he was surprised by the defender's abilities, because he could barely make out their silhouettes, let alone their faces. Glancing at his companions, Van noticed that they were also looking questioningly into the distance. First of all, the aristocrat suggested raising the bridge and preparing the ballistas. The protagonist explained his behavior by saying that there could be bandits in and around the wagon. He said that one should be skeptical if they want to protect the village. After this, he ordered his companions to call Ortho and die. As he reflected, Wang noted that there was much to do, and it was up to him to make the most of each opportunity. He said out loud that the opportunity had finally arrived. The cart moved across the field, its wheels creaking. The two carts, with riders surrounding them, were slowly moving towards the village. The man driving the horses noted with concern that this time they were in trouble. One of the people in the cart continued the thought, saying that the cart had been damaged along the way. So many of the goods had become unusable, and then there were the costs of repairs, the cost of the stay, and the convoy. The seated man continued his disappointing conclusions that even after returning to Hashimura, they had not earned much money from selling, and they would not be able to buy elsewhere. This brought the driver to tears. He shouted in despair that there was a huge shortage. Then one of the riders called out to the crying man, asking if it was Hashimura. At this point, the carts stopped near a giant gate, to which the rider rightly noted that in terms of scale, this place did not at all resemble a village. The amazed man looked and agreed. Then the rider suggested that they were on the wrong road, to which the man driving the horses objected, but was himself surprised by the improvements in the village. At this time, from the wall, someone shouted the suggestion that they were traders. The visitors were presented with a majestic sight of a massive fortress. Wang emerged from the peaks of the tower. He introduced himself and said that he owned this village. He asked them to confirm that they were indeed merchants. The man sitting in the carriage turned to his brother in surprise at this news, explaining that this was the same fourth son of Marquis Fertio, who was rumored to be a child prodigy. The bald rider looked surprised. At this time, the brother continued, telling that their stronghold was the largest city, so they had seen him several times, and people often communicated with him, so he was quite famous. The merchant confidently said that this was definitely the child. The man was surprised because the boy should be less than 10 years old, and he became the owner of this forgotten village. He thought that he knew that geniuses were shunned, but not so much that the Marquis personally sent him to the borders. He supposed that this village needed to be turned into a fortress, but he did not understand why. The man who was driving the horses stood up and introduced himself and his companions. It turned out that he was the merchant Mary Bell, as was his brother Lango. Along with them was a guard, the adventurer Ear, who led the B-rank Silver Spear group. Then the protagonist turned to Orto, asking if he knew this man, to which the man confirmed that he had met him. After this, the aristocrat allowed them to enter. Then the gates were raised, and the merchants drove through the gates in their carts. The amazed brothers were met with a wondrous sight of an improved village. The elder said that they had been waiting for them. Rhonda spoke to the guests, happy to see them back. Mary Bell was relieved that the village was okay. They apologized for the long return, as they had been stopped halfway. At that moment, Wayne came down to the merchants, greeting them and apologizing for the wait. Respectfully, placing his hand on his chest, he greeted again and introduced himself. Looking nervously at the aristocrat, the brothers bowed respectfully and introduced themselves. Then the protagonist got down to business, asking if they could sell the dragon parts with the shell as quickly as possible. The inspired merchants immediately agreed and were surprised that they managed to tame these monsters, because even adventurers hate to fight such strong creatures. Crying with joy, the brothers thanked God for such a gift. They were happy that their village had received such a valuable material. The merchants realized that they were wrong about the shortage. Van offered to take them to the warehouse in that case. A surprised sigh was heard in the darkness of the warehouse. A room 10 times larger than theirs, filled to the brim, appeared before the brothers. They could not believe their eyes. According to Lango's calculations, there were about 20-30 meter long pieces of armored dragon material. His brother, standing next to him, was silently amazed by this spectacle. Wang shared with the merchant all the necessary information about the product and asked his opinion. He clarified that the cart was already ready, while Bell was amazed at the quantity. The man thought that maybe then what the aristocrat had told him was true. Then he replied that it was necessary to attract people to trade as soon as possible. While one of the brothers was looking at the goods behind him, the other asked to give them a month to come up with something. The aristocrat agreed and, being polite, offered them to taste the delicious meat. Then Mary Bell realized that they also had meat, and since this amount was too much for the village to consume, it would soon rot. Realizing this, the merchant immediately agreed to take the meat to a neighboring village for sale, of course, reimbursing the cost. The protagonist asked, doubtfully, whether this village had the opportunity to buy even the meat of such a dragon. Mary explained that the village was actually very poor and would have no savings after paying taxes, so the villagers asked them to get food. The man mentally noted that they were running low on food. The merchant thought that if they gave away even a little meat for free, it would help a little. He asked Van out loud for his consent. Realizing that Mary Bell was sincere in her desire to help, the nobleman decided to give away the dragon meat for free. He noted that despite being a merchant, it seemed that profit was not the most important thing for him. Bell told the main character the required amount, thinking that the rumors were not lying, and that the Marquise's son was a very insightful man. The merchant offered to pay for the capture of the criminals, mentally noting that then they would have no profit at all. The man thought that this was at least some payment for their work. The aristocrat thanked them, but instead suggested that they come to him in the future to offer a deal they would not regret. This deal was for good quality armor. This surprised Bell. Mary was surprised to ask Van, who was leaving, that in addition to a highly skilled draftsman and an amazing carpenter, he had also brought a blacksmith here. The main character didn't answer, but just smiled at him. Error and Mary Bell both exclaimed in unison that it was amazing. The aristocrat laid his weapon out before them, warning them that he had not yet figured out all the intricacies, but as an exhibit, they were worth their weight in gold. He allowed them to test it. Ortho suggested that the adventurer cut a piece of dragon skin with shell. The main character's weapon easily cut through the piece. Ear couldn't believe his eyes, because he cut off a piece without resistance. Satisfied, Ortho praised the weapon and asked if he was sure it was an iron blade. The guard continued to be amazed by the knife's cutting ability, immediately deciding to buy it. Then he asked if they had a spear. Ortho continued to praise Iru's weapons behind him, while a pleased Van listened to the amazed Mary Bell. The merchant had undoubtedly decided to buy the weapons at their price. Looking at the mountain of equipment behind him, he apologized that they wouldn't be able to buy that much. The protagonist kindly replied that they could buy it later. The boy then gave the traders a tour of the village's improvements. The contented brothers greedily ate the meat by the fire. Bell, however, said admiringly that he was enchanted by this place. Mary decided to talk to the trade group and increase the number of traders coming, a suggestion that Van liked. The protagonist told about what they lacked in their village and asked to bring them, noting that good food alone is enough for the residents to feel good. The merchant agreed to help with the supplies. The aristocrat also asked for an advertisement for their weapons. This made the brothers excited. The boy mentally noted that they were probably thinking about an exclusive sale. He decided that these two were nice guys. Wang explained that if two people always traded along the same route and organized themselves to sell weapons, they would soon reach their village. This news hurt Bell. The protagonist suggested that the brothers think through their advertising activities in advance. He explained that the more they sell, the more they earn. The merchants were immediately inspired, shouting out that they wanted to know how to do this. To this, the aristocrat replied that it was necessary to open a village shop. Wang decided that it would be great if it were possible to come to an agreement with the owners of the enterprise or with anyone. The brothers were delighted with this idea. The boy thought that in honor of the stable income and the opportunity to have his own store, he would even build a house for Bell and Lango. While the brothers were in the background, they were happy about this decision. The protagonist thought that if they agreed, the shop would save him time, since he wouldn't have to negotiate with various merchants. In addition, this shop would be the first one here. Wang mentally noted that the deal was beneficial to both parties. At that moment, Mary turned to Lango, deciding to discuss the proposal with his boss as soon as possible. The merchant, placing his hand on his chest in inspiration, resolutely replied that he would set up a shop in this village until it took on a clear form. The aristocrat and the merchant extended their hands to each other. Wang sealed the deal with the brothers with a handshake, expressing his pleasure in dealing with them. The negotiations were a great success. Lango and the adventurers quickly left the village to convince the Chamber of Commerce to provide labor and materials for the village. Wang gave them his sword, dragon skin, and magic core to convince the Chamber of Commerce. The main character also asked to deliver a letter to his brother Marcia. Also, near the entrance to the village, the boy did something that amazed Mary. It turned out that the aristocrat had built a beautiful shop for Belle. The surprised merchant was amazed at the speed of construction, because they had just recently discussed the appearance of the shop. At this time, Wang explained the internal structure of the building. The protagonist kindly explained that he tried to do it according to Mary's description, but if he made a mistake somewhere, he could easily redo it. Belle was amazed that the boy had such power. The merchant thanked the nobleman for his work with tears of joy in his eyes. In his mind, Van decided that the goods should be ready in 2 weeks, so the business concerning Belle's shop was finished for now. In the afternoon, the aristocrat and his entourage left the village for the river. Till, walking next to him, was worried about whether her master was tired. The boy answered the worried maid that everything was fine. He asked how she was feeling. The girl only smiled cheerfully and said that she could go for now. Kamsin walked silently ahead, easily cutting through the plant obstacles. The protagonist mentally noted his gentlemanly behavior. Wang was not happy about this, because he wanted to show his considerateness and kindness towards everyone, but he did not have the strength to help Kamsin. The journey from the village took an hour. Kamsin politely let the tired travelers go ahead, parting the grass in their path. Then the travelers came across a beautiful, wide river from which they were going to get water. Having chosen a suitable place, the man touched it with his hand. A ditch was formed and a wall blocked the river. Thus began the work of lowering the water level. Espada used his magic to dig tens of meters in an instant. While the butler was resting, Dee, Kamsin, and the rest of the guys broke through manually. Van follows everyone behind and strengthens the earth and walls. The protagonist was mentally amazed by the Espada's magical power reserve. At that moment, Dee made an unexpected sound. As the knight dug, he began to laugh. This made the boy wonder what he was laughing at. The butler noted that Dee was already over 40, but in his prime. The aristocrat was surprised by this. This news caused excitement among the other guys. Till noted that it was quite a labor-intensive job due to the distance between the river and the village. Van agreed, but noted that they would need water. The protagonist expressed the opinion that the work is hard, but he believes that working together to achieve the goal is very enjoyable. He mentally noted that in addition to the barrier, there is also satisfaction, which one cannot fully enjoy alone. The boy thought that if living conditions were improved, then many things in the village would become normal, and it would be easier for traders and other people to come here. The aristocrat decided that this was what they needed to achieve in order to live comfortably in this place further. About 8 hours later, one of the sweaty and tired workers shouted that he could see the village. This news surprised Van, because according to his plan, it should have taken about a week. However, the main character announced that the work was finished for today. Espada and Dee were surprised by this decision. The knight commented that at their current pace they would reach the village in a few hours, but the nobleman objected. The boy drew their attention to Abe, Lo, and Kamsin. They looked like the boys were at the end of their rope and could no longer continue working. Dee sighed in disappointment, because it seemed to him that after so long he had found a good way to temper. However, he admitted that it was still better not to give too much work. Wang was amazed at the knight's endurance. Dee's power simply terrified the protagonist. Looking at Espada, he mentally agreed that it was definitely terrifying. This day had shown the hidden strength of the older generation and veterans. The next day, to everyone's surprise, they dug down to the village before the end of the morning. After this work, it was time to lower the water. After clearing his throat, the boy gave a speech. He thanked them for their contribution and announced the completion of the water supply work. The crying Aba and Lu, as well as the inspired Kamsin, listened to the words of the gentleman. Meanwhile, the main character said that he understood the difficulties they had faced in a day and a half, and he was very grateful to them for that. Wang waved his hand, signaling that the time had come. The aristocrat excitedly announced the discovery. At that very moment, the wall collapsed from the pressure. The water spread across the moat with lightning speed, taking your breath away. The boy himself was amazed by this event. Everyone clapped joyfully. While resting, people watched the flow and noted how quickly the water moved. The villagers were also curious and amazed by the newly arrived water from the river. Small children ran along the edge of the ditch after the water current. They were surprised by what they saw. The happy elder rejoiced at the time and effort he had saved. To this, the inspired Van noted that special equipment for filtration was also needed. To this, Rhonda only sighed questioningly. At that moment, one of the people helping approached the main character and handed him the medal. He looked at him with admiration and interest. He stood in front of the boy, embarrassed. Not understanding, the aristocrat asked the reason for his behavior. Then Lo replied that he was interested in what kind of device the gentleman would create. Analyzing his behavior, Wang remembered that the young man was very happy when the work was completed. According to the protagonist, he apparently likes the production process. Realizing this, the boy with a good-natured smile offered to create the device together. He said that he would need helpers, and Lo immediately, cheering up, agreed. To Lu's delight, Wang began to explain the device. It was divided into 3 parts: a filter, a copper reservoir, and a boiler. The protagonist thought about the work of the fire for the boiler. Till solved this issue by suggesting to light it with a crystal of fire magic. The aristocrat liked the idea and decided to clarify whether Belle had one for sale. Kamsen ran up to Wang and reported that water had filled the space. The boy looked around the ditch with admiration and noted that everything was filled to the brim. There was already a bridge to cross. Turning to Espada, the protagonist clarified what would happen if the water level suddenly rose, fearing flooding. The butler replied that the gentleman had made a correct observation. The old man explained that, depending on the volume of water, the canal is widened, and embankments are built in those places where it is often flooded. Espada continued, pointing out that these dead-end paths also require ingenuity, to which Wang added that the water would then have nowhere to go. The aristocrat suggested that in that case it would be necessary to make sure that the river returned downstream or to build a lake behind the village. Dvoretsky especially liked the idea of the lake, because during times of lack of precipitation and water from the river, the reservoir would be useful. The protagonist was pleased with the measures he had found and asked Espada again if everything would be all right in this case. The old man agreed. To sum it up, the structure now looked like this. The lake had to be built about 200 meters from the back of the village. This was a forced urgent project before the rains came. In 3 days, the lake was mostly ready. The aristocrat noted that he would like to install some sort of water outlet, but he needed to think about how to use it in practice. But Wang let go of the situation and simply enjoyed the large amount of clean water. The disgruntled boy noted that it was still early morning. The main character noticed that even the sun had not risen yet. A disheveled Till brushed the aristocrat's hair and apologized excitedly. She noted that many people, including Rhonda, looked worried. Van, meanwhile, was hastily buttoning his shirt. It turned out that the early awakening was provided by the elder and a crowd of residents. Throwing a cloak on the boy, the girl conveyed that Dee and Espada were already on their way to the right place. The protagonist, in turn, asked about this place. Till replied that they were on their way to the newly created Lake Van. The boy was puzzled by such a name. The inspired maid said that the lake was named in honor of the main character's merits, which they decided to preserve as a legacy for future generations. The girl also reported the news that the village was now also called Van. The aristocrat interrupted her, saying that he felt awkward and that he felt that things were not quite right. One of the residents hurried the gentleman. Having said this, the man immediately ran away. The boy was unhappy that they left him. Together with Till and Kamsen, Wang hurried to the lake. Tired of running, the main character later decided to build a passage from the other side. A crowd of residents looked at the lake. As he approached, the aristocrat asked excitedly what was going on. In response, the surprised residents began pointing to the lake. Something appeared on the water's surface. A sea creature resembling a mermaid emerged from under the water. Uncomprehending, Wang could only ask in surprise what it was. It is believed that deep in the forest, in a picturesque river, live mystical creatures with beautiful blue hair. They are half human, half mermaid. Their species is called Abgalu. The protagonist had never heard of them, to which Espada clarified that this species is rarely seen. Van asked if the girl was an Abgalu. Meanwhile, the half-mermaid, half-human was watching them from underwater. The aristocrat wondered in his mind if she was still a child. Then he called her from the shore and asked her name. There was only silence in response. The boy decided that she did not understand and ordered Till and Kamsen to bring meat and fruit. They immediately went to fulfill the request. The main character came to the conclusion that in order to show friendly intentions, food is needed first of all. After this, the creature in the water twitched. Abgala began to slowly approach Van. The residents sighed in amazement. The aristocrat's defenders were on guard. Swimming cautiously to the shore, the girl sniffed the food. Then she hesitantly asked if she could eat. The boy was noisily surprised by what she was saying. This scared the little girl. At that very moment, the Abgala moved to a safe distance. The protagonist immediately hurried to apologize and asked her to return. Mentally, he could not help but note her speed. Van politely offered her meat and fruit. The girl accepted them. Abgala noticed the taste of the meat. After she tasted the meat, the girl turned sharply to the aristocrat's defenders. It seemed she had questions. Ortho and Dai looked at her in surprise. The boy explained that it was dragon meat with shell and offered to make dried for her if needed. Then the girl tensed up. She wanted to know who had caught it. The adventurer, knight, and butler responded in unison that it was Mr. Wang. The protagonist objected that it was all thanks to the ballistae, but the residents only confirmed the words of the master's confidants. In the end, Wang acknowledged his merit. The girl looked at him. Still holding the meat in her hands, the Abgala said she understood. At that moment, the aristocrat only saw a splash of water, and the girl swam away. This behavior caused bewilderment, both among the main character and the residents. The boy was still sitting on the shore, dumbfounded. Everyone around him was wondering what had happened. The next day, the main character woke up from Tilla's screams. The girl apologized and explained that the villagers had reported the attack. She noted that everyone was in a panic. Wang, who had just woken up, asked again about the attack. The maid helped the master to get ready faster, simultaneously telling him what she had heard. According to her, the enemy had already besieged the water channel. The aristocrat was not pleased by the enemy's proximity. He wondered whether the ballistas would work to intimidate. He knew one thing for sure. This situation was dangerous. The boy was unhappy with the stolen hours of peaceful sleep. The protagonist threw open the doors in irritation and thought with rage that he would not forgive them. At this time, the people on the wall were engaged in defense and preparing for battle. Many Abgalas were sticking out from under the water. The boys and girls watched the people on the fortress with all seriousness. Di and Lo readied their swords. The Abgalas clearly had no intention of leaving. They looked tense. The people behind the ballistas were in a state of great excitement. Trying to find the reason for their appearance, Wang wondered if the shelled dragon was their deity. The boy thought that yesterday there was a child, and today there are men and women of different ages. The Abgalas addressed him. It was a strong man with a crown on his head. He wanted to talk to the young man. The protagonist tensed up from the terrible gaze of this sea creature. Playing it safe, the aristocrat decided to take strong people with him. Then a merchant approached him. Mary Bell was delighted to suggest that the Abgalu had brought in a lot of rare raw materials. He said that doing business with them was a great commercial opportunity. The man enthusiastically asked to come with him to take a closer look at them. Van allowed it. Together with his people, the protagonist went down to the Abgali. The man who called him said that his daughter was grateful to them. The boy asked if they were talking about the girl from yesterday. With ferocity, the Abgal continued that he had heard of the dragon being defeated at the hands of Van. This excited the boy. The man was convinced that it was indeed him. Behind him, the other Abgalas were surprised by this. The sea creatures were amazed. Looking at his companions, the aristocrat thought that thanks to the atmosphere, they realized that they were strong. The chief Abgala admitted that the protagonist was a brave man. After this, he gave his approval for the marriage between Van and Lada Priola. The boy was surprised. Then he asked about it again, with indignation. Wang, becoming agitated, began to clarify the situation. It turned out that this Abgala is Priola's father, Erdoric. His name is Vesta. He began to praise her appearance, not understanding why the main character refuses. The aristocrat asked where she was, and Vesta pointed to her. The girl was playing with her friends at that time. The protagonist noted that she was still a child who did not understand anything, and asked when the conversation about marriage had even been raised. Vesta clarified that Lada's family had not previously maintained contact with humans. But in recent years, the river where they lived became a watering place for shelled dragons, causing them to lose many of their comrades. Therefore, the father is looking for a strong groom for his daughter, who can give a peaceful life to his family. Van realized that for the sake of safety, the chieftain's daughter would have to marry as a condition of the contract. The boy remembered that political marriages were not uncommon among aristocrats. He told Vesta that Priola could marry whoever she wanted in the future. The protagonist promised that they would protect them regardless of this condition. This answer struck the leader and prompted him to think. The head of the Abgali decided to live near the groom. He specified who owned this reservoir. To this, Wang asked them to move to the lake behind, since there were bridges there and merchants or guests might scare them. The boy, stunned, realized that Vesta was calling him her fiancé. He shouted after the sea creatures as they swam away that he had not given his consent to the marriage. Turning around, Priola waved goodbye, shouting that she and the groom would see each other again. The aristocrat awkwardly continued to insist that he was not her groom. At that moment, a merchant approached him. He asked Wang to bring him a rare material if he could get one. Wang agreed, if it worked out, of course. Espada noted that the protagonist was very lucky to have established good relations with the Abgalu. But there was a nuance here. The butler continued that he could not believe that Mr. Wang's bride was an Abgalu. Even Espada could not predict what kind of reaction this would cause. To this, the boy only sighed wearily. On the other hand, Till, hesitating, thought that if this is the master's choice, but she did not finish the sentence. The old man noted that despite the refusal, Van's rebellion had failed. Sea creatures rested peacefully on the lake. Adults were relaxing by the shore, and children were splashing in the water. The protagonist was devastated by the thought that the lake was now occupied. He wondered out loud whether he, as the owner of the territory, should keep an eye on them. After thinking about this, the aristocrat built 2 buildings, similar to boathouses, as a recreation area. The houses were a favorite among sea creatures. Van was pleased that the place had become popular. Espada noted that he had not heard of buildings of this kind in the Scuderia. The old man assumed that the boy had a store of knowledge that even he did not have. He explained that the protagonist had learned a lot without realizing it. Wang quickly closed the topic, saying that it was time to move on to the next stage. The aristocrat decided to build a gate and a drawbridge in the backyard. The inhabitants gradually began to interact with the Abgalu and share food. In return, the sea creatures brought them various ores, which they took to Bell. The main character could not help but rejoice at the established contact. Wang decided to build a second wall, not only improving the village's security, but also protecting the sea creatures. In the aristocrat's office, he and Espada were discussing strategic issues. The butler advised building fortifications for a city of 10,000. The boy hesitated, but Espada explained that even that was not enough, given the pace of development of the village. The old man said that if the wall were built, a significant number of people would have to be placed for protection. Therefore, the butler advised building a city for the same number, but a little smaller in size. But the aristocrat liked the village life, so he offered a maximum of 2,000. Espada protested. He firmly explained that this had to be planned in advance, otherwise it would take more effort and time. Wang remembered that the butler was known for his stubbornness, and just sighed. Even with his father having expressed his opinion, Espada did not back down. The old man calculated that taking into account all the structures, the length should be no less than 600 meters. This thought horrified the main character because he wanted a height of more than 10 meters, and he would have to build all this. The butler decided to postpone serious construction of the fortress until there were enough people. Now he proposed a wall that could be improved later. This did not please the boy. Wang shared that he is considering the option of non-square fortification of the city. Espada was critical of this idea, thinking that he was talking about a round city. The gentleman decided to demonstrate it visually by drawing his plan. However, the main character meant a star-shaped city. The structure was such that even if the triangular part was broken, the city would not be accessible. The boy explained that this could be imagined as having 6 independent fortresses. The roof would be connected to the city walls, but could be separated if a drawbridge was installed on the wall side. In Wang's plan, the attackers should take their time and attack the corners before they can reach the main body. When they try to attack, they will be attacked from 3 directions. The protagonist used a form of fortification from his world that was invented on Earth when guns were available. Espada thought seriously about this decision. The butler acknowledged the form as good, listing possible successful outcomes, But at that moment, the boy was distracted by a knock on the door. One of the defenders burst through the door. Van asked with displeasure what had happened. Aba corrected him. It was not what that had happened, but who. It turned out that a messenger had arrived from Count Ferdinand. The boy was surprised by this news. A second man leaned over his shoulder, adding that it was not only Count Ferdinand's coat of arms that was there. The defender said there was also a unicorn flag and the shield of Viscount Cayenne, a rising nobleman from the Count faction. Lowe counted 3 wagons and about 100 soldiers. The protagonist asked if this was the same count who had originally ruled this village. The man answered in the affirmative. Wang assumed that he had come to retake the village. After that, an awkward silence reigned as everyone took in what was happening. The wheels clattered across the clearing. A woman's shoe stepped onto the ground. The girl stepped out of the carriage, looking at the fortress. The woman thought that she did not like the authenticity of the rumors about the child prodigy. The confident stranger decided to verify the authenticity of the genius herself. A company of unexpected guests, a shy girl and a confident woman of nobility. The cart was approaching the village. When the girl heard that they would arrive soon, she started shaking. Then the woman patted her on the head, reassuring her with a promise to be there. The girl hesitantly agreed. The girl's cautious eyes looked at the luxurious estate. She said that first they needed to see who they would be dealing with. While urgently getting ready, Wang was surprised by the sudden arrival of messengers from the Count. The protagonist's confidants were hurriedly preparing for the arrival of the guests. Till prepared snacks and tea, for which the boy thanked her. At that moment there was a knock on the door. The aristocrat mentally decided that whatever would be, and sighed. Out loud, he allowed the people to enter. The door creaked open. At first, an uncertain little girl appeared in the doorway. A woman walked in confidently behind her. Wang was surprised. For a boy, this combination of 2 girls was difficult. He expected middle-aged men. The protagonist mentally noted that one of them was a child, but assumed that a simple child would hardly have been sent as a messenger. The aristocrat politely introduced himself to the guests. The woman introduced herself in response. She is Panamera. Carrera Cayenne had recently been promoted to the rank of Viscount. The boy couldn't help but be impressed by her appearance, mentally noting that she looked like the American dream. With a confident smile, Panamera also made it clear that she belonged to the parvenu of chivalry. Then, hesitantly, the girl introduced herself. She was Harut on Ferdinand, the youngest daughter of Count Ferdinand. The girl, curtsying, quickly explained the reason for the visit. They learned that Marquise Fertio had come to the village and her father had suggested that they go and greet him. Wang wondered in his mind that Ferdinand had sent his youngest daughter. In his mind, he assumed that Panamera was an escort. At that moment, she glared sternly at the hero. Frightened, polite phrases poured out of the aristocrat. He invited them to sit down. While the guests were sitting down, the boy was thinking that going from a knight to a baron, much less a viscount in one generation, was not an easy path. He assumed that this beautiful girl was an influential person with a clear head. At this moment, the woman spoke, turning her attention to Van's appearance. Panamera suggested that the protagonist was younger than Harut, but had better self-control. After that, she asked the aristocrat directly what he thought about the reason for their visit. The boy mentally noted the straightforwardness of the question, deciding that they seemed to want to find out his true intentions. Van thought that the Count, whose territory had been reduced, would be angry and reverent towards the Marquis at the same time. And with his arrival in this village, the Count might have come to the conclusion that the Marquis might be planning a surprise attack from the border. Maybe that's why Ferdinand sent a strong man with many years of combat experience and his daughter. After that, the protagonist decided to answer the messenger. He voiced his assumptions out loud. Van believes that they are here to clarify the situation of the opponents and then to reach an agreement with him. After this, Panamera laughed, surprised that he, a boy of 10, managed to see so deeply into the root of the problem. The woman openly confirmed the protagonist's speculations. Panamera was embarrassing both the boy and the girl who had arrived with her straightforwardness. She explained that during the search for a worthy heir, Van's name had often come up in the last 2 years. She also noted that after the ritual of determining magical abilities, the ceremonial opening of the boy genius's abilities did not take place. The Viscount assumed that perhaps it was not the magic of the 4 elements, but it was still unclear to her how an aristocrat could be made the nominal owner of a fiefdom where there was absolutely nothing to do. Panemura continued that it was rumored that Wang was a child prodigy, and that usually fief owners had to be educated enough to work for the development of the territory. The envoy made it clear that for these reasons, the Count wondered why the protagonist had been entrusted with lands bordering Ferdinand's territory and the kingdom of Geronet. With a stern look, she finished her explanation, trying to uncover the aristocrat's true intentions. Wang thought about how, in this country, a fight between aristocrats was forbidden, and stating something so bluntly could be punishable. He assumed that they took these risks and gave him the information to see his reaction. The protagonist decided that there was no point in hiding it, and confirmed that he did not have the ability to use four-element magic. With calm confidence, the aristocrat declared that the rest of the fears were groundless and that he was simply sent away. Panemura looked at her interlocutor with distrust. The messenger was dubious about his words, expressing the absurdity of this act. The Viscount decided to clarify the veracity of the rumors that he was a child prodigy. To this, Van asked what exactly she was talking about. Panemura said she was told it was a village of only 100 huts. She noted that in 1 or 2 months, the main character managed to erect such a fortress wall, and the buildings were reconstructed using unprecedented materials. The woman also highlighted the presence of an experienced butler and a master knight. Looking at Arut, the Viscount noticed how she was trembling with excitement. To calm the girl down, she took her hand and made a suggestion. Panemura calculated that the main character had at least 5,000 subordinates. This surprised the boy. The Viscount noted with all seriousness that the technology that allowed them to lead their troops undetected was a threat to them. However, in her opinion, Van had done all this, knowing that he could be seen. The aristocrat shook with surprise at this suggestion. The woman waited for an answer. The messenger continued that this apparently meant turning the border into a new military base. At this time, the protagonist, covering his mouth with his hand, tried not to laugh. Wang thought that from an outside perspective, it actually made sense since he had been kicked out of the house so quickly. While he was trying to hold back his laughter, the girls looked at him in surprise, waiting for an answer. Panemura became serious, not understanding what was funny. From the sight of her, the boy's defenders sensed danger and reached for their swords. But the aristocrat only laughed innocently. The protagonist laughed at this serious atmosphere, apologizing. The Viscount looked at him in bewilderment and, tense, still did not take his hand off the sword. Calming down and raising his hand in a gesture of reconciliation, Wang apologized for laughing and offered to prevent this misconception. Panemura could not believe that it was a misconception. The aristocrat explained that all his father had allowed him to take was Kamsina, and the luggage for 1 carriage. Kamsina, meanwhile, still had his hand defensively on the hilt of his sword. The protagonist explained that even his family did not see him off, and he was ordered to leave the city quietly and unnoticed. At this, Arut looked at the boy with surprise. The woman, meanwhile, asked about the knights, butler and maid, since they were probably subordinates. Wang wanted to clarify, but Dai interrupted him, explaining that, impressed by the master's genius, they had voluntarily followed him. The Viscount looked tensely, trying to understand if this was true. The knight laughed and said that he had indeed received a letter from the head of the knightly order with instructions to return immediately, but had ignored it. The protagonist decided that this was something to laugh about, and tensely asked if D would be expelled for this. Then Espada spoke up, explaining that he was an old man. Continuing his story, the butler said that the boy's departure to the village was an excellent opportunity to retire. As a way of spending time, he wanted to pass on all his knowledge to the master. The aristocrat mentally noted that this was a very troublesome hobby. Till also told him that he communicates on equal terms with people like her, that is, from the lower classes. The girl wants to serve such a kind-hearted gentleman forever. Smiling sheepishly, Wang added that he was grateful to these people for following the exiled people to such a remote area out of a sincere desire to be close. The Viscount calmed down a little, but she still had a question about the transformation of this village. She wondered how an aristocrat would explain it. After that, the boy stood up, offering to see everything with his own eyes. Panemura asked where he was heading. Reaching for the door, the protagonist explained that he was going outside, as he was just about to build a new outer fortress wall. This proposal made the messengers nervous. Walking outside, Wang sighed in surprise, amazed at the number of knights. The Viscount, meanwhile, gave orders to her people. The residents crowded in the street in surprise, looking at the crowd of unfamiliar knights passing by. Meanwhile, the main character asked the workers to bring wooden blocks. In a neat column they, together with the envoys, went out of the gate. Suddenly, the boy noticed that Panamera had stepped forward. The woman with a stern expression asked where exactly they were going. Turning around, the child Prodigy mentally assumed that she most likely thought it was some kind of ambush. Then Van turned to Espada, asking if they were there. The butler, looking at the plan, confirmed it, but noted that the corners would be a little further away. To this, the main character suggested making the wall about 2 meters wide, so that he could make adjustments later. The old man took this into account. Turning to the envoys, he warned that they would now make a fortress wall. This amazed the girls. At that moment, a noise was heard. It turned out that the noise came from Espada, who caused the stone to move. Arut and the Viscount were amazed. Pinnamer was especially surprised that the old man was a retired first-class 4-element magician. While the boy was feeling the stone, the woman doubtfully noted that if the magic was lost, the wall would have to collapse and lose its strength. But she did not finish her thought. At that moment, Wang began to use his magic, thinking about the variety of materials that could be connected in this wall. He made a mental note that he wanted to make perfect concrete, but they didn't have the materials they needed, so they would make temporary arrangements. At the same time, the wall was erected. Panamera didn't understand how the main character did it, but then carts with wooden cubes arrived, and the boy continued. The woman asked if they were used to build houses, and Van confirmed it. Under the girl's surprised looks, the aristocrat continued. He mentally noted that a metal coating would then be applied, and when constructing the gates, first of all, one must imagine their shape and strength. The envoys and their people watched the aristocrat at work in amazement. In the thick fog, the main character announced that he had finished. His cloak fluttered in the wind, the fog cleared, revealing a boy standing in front of a giant gate. Turning to his guests with a smile, he made it clear that this was indeed the case. The knights behind the woman were stunned. Arut turned to Van with excitement, asking what his magical abilities were. Panamera also had questions. The Viscount asked furiously who he was. The protagonist replied with a smile that, unfortunately, he had production magic and could only create things. The aristocrat explained that this magic was considered the most useless in society. It seemed to impress Arut. Juan's words about his magic being considered useless impressed Arut. Stuffed toys and dolls were piled up. Because her father was busy, the girl was unable to spend time with him, and her mother had no interest in her, so she left her with a nanny. For obvious reasons, Arut was considered worthless. This is because of her timid nature, fastidiousness, and inability to study. At first, there was nothing for which the girl had a talent. Her only talent turned out to be the magic of doll making. Physically, Arut was not skilled in dancing, but she could control the doll and move it more freely than her own body. The girl wanted to please her mother with this ability. To gain approval from her parents, Arut trained her magic. She dreamed of performing a dance with a doll her size. But everything turned out differently than the girl expected. For her efforts, she only received a slap in the face from her mother, who screamed and called her a talentless child. Then her mother grabbed her by the hair, and little Arut cried from the pain. She recalled that she did not understand what she had done to anger them. The mother threw the girl out the door. Arut continued to remember that she then learned the reason for their anger. It turned out that the magic of puppeteering was considered vicious and despised in high society. The girl cried, because magic, as her last hope, also did not come true. After what happened, Arut was left completely alone. People stopped paying attention to her, and her mother stopped visiting her altogether. Because of this, the girl stopped leaving her room. Surrounded only by her toys, she spent her days inactive. Ferdinand's daughter was in despair, blaming herself for her uselessness. The memories of her mother's harsh words made the girl cry, again and again. All this made her scream in despair. At the age of 10, she was summoned by her father for the first time. With tension in her voice, Arut noted that she had not seen him for a long time. Ferdinand confirmed this, as did Panamera, who was standing right there in the Count's office. The Viscount asked Ferdinand if he was sure of her candidacy, since when dealing with a person without a title, one could simply send a summons. The Count objected and asked to do as he said. All this time, his daughter stood uncertainly in the office. Harut mentally wondered who this woman was. Panamera understood the Count, clarifying that their return would depend on the other side. The Viscount then turned to Ferdinand's daughter. Panamera leaned towards Harut, introducing herself and asking if she had heard about her future marriage. The girl, perplexed, shrank uncertainly. The girl, almost crying, explained that she had not been told anything about this. The Viscount said that the marriage would be considered if the groom was capable. To this, Harut despairingly suggested that she was not needed here. The girl thought that she was being kicked out because of her uselessness. The woman objected. Panamera said that her brothers and sisters already have spouses, and she is the last one left. With a joyful smile, the Viscount ruffled Harut's hair, saying that she would be lucky if the man turned out to be good. The girl did not expect this from the woman and, stumbling, could not utter a word. Ferdinand's daughter remembered the powerful, gentle hand that touched her. She looked at the woman smiling at her with joy and embarrassment, thinking that she had met a person who cared about her. The subsequent carriage ride of about 3 days proved to be the most joyful of Harut's life. Mrs. Panamera was kind to her, though she often found cause for anger. The Viscount often showed aggression, but still remained kind. When the girl said that she was good for nothing, the lady would hug her tightly after reading her the lecture. Panamera often started a conversation with Harut, stroking her head. When the girl suddenly began to cry with joy, the Viscount was not at all angry, but only stroked her head again. Squeezing Mrs. Panamera's hands, she thought about how much she loved them. With a soft smile holding the Viscount's hand, she thought about how gentle, warm, and magical the hand was. However, the woman only joked. The cart approached the village, and Harut thought that she did not want any marriage and wanted to always be close to Panamera. Therefore, the girl decided not to approach this boy and just watch him, as if they had nothing in common. It became obvious to Harut that Van was a special person. The main character was the complete opposite of the girl. The aristocrat amazed her with his confidence and the presence of subordinates who respected him. Despite being younger than her, he already has so much going for him. He is talented and self-confident. Harut had no doubt that he would definitely live up to his parents' expectations. She wondered why he was so lucky until he told her about his relationship with his parents. Then the girl realized that he was treated the same way as she was, but she did not understand what the difference was. Watching and listening to Van, Harut's feelings slowly changed. She became very interested in the boy. The girl thought that if she hadn't stopped her training after her mother's words, she might have become like Van. Ferdinand's daughter, having gathered herself together, decided something. Looking at the new gate, Harut decided to try her hand as well, while the Viscount declared that this force was a threat. Panamera was concerned about the boy's ability to establish bases in strategic locations, as well as the Marquis's focus on the Count's territory. However, the nobleman made it clear that his father did not know about the power, as he had kicked him out as soon as he learned of his type of magic. Then the Viscount began to reflect on what a waste it was, and if the Marquis had such power, he would be able to rapidly expand his sphere of influence. However, she then corrected herself, realizing that even she would not have thought that industrial magic had such potential. The protagonist suggested that they postpone their departure, as tomorrow they would again begin building the fortress wall. The woman agreed. Then, on the way back, Panamera kept asking Van about his power and the results of his magic. Having answered the girl, she understood, but did not agree with everything. The boy happily decided in his mind that the misunderstanding had been successfully resolved. After that, the Viscount brought up the subject of marriage with Harut. Then the boy realized that this was most likely the reason why the girl was sent here. He mentally assumed that they sent their daughter to eliminate the feud. The nobleman replied that this territory was still poorly protected from magical beasts. Wang made it clear that they intended to continue to develop and strengthen the village, not for the sake of competition, but for the sake of security. He said that an arranged marriage was not necessary in such a case. Panamera agreed that the village would continue to develop, but now she had an interest in more than just the village. The woman also became interested in the main character. It turned out that the Viscount was personally worried about Harut, and she was against her marriage. Panamera said that the girl was expected to marry into a potentially hostile Marquis family, and that her partner would be the youngest child who had become a border feudal lord at a young age, regardless of the reason for that person's expulsion. The woman believed that under such circumstances, Harut would likely be unhappy. Van agreed with the Viscount's assumptions. By listing the possible disappointing outcomes, the boy frightened Ferdinand's daughter, who was standing nearby. Panamera summed up that this was precisely why she was traveling and thinking about how not to marry the girl off. After the story, the aristocrat understood why Harut looked so gloomy from the very beginning. He wondered what she felt. Wang thought he could understand her, as he had been in a similar situation himself. At this time, the woman, smiling sarcastically, explained that her mood had changed greatly. Panamera, thinking about Harut's happiness, decided to support the idea of marriage if she married Van. The Viscount listed the advantages that she saw in the main character. The boy, meanwhile, looked at her in surprise. The woman especially highlighted his strength. Panamera said that if they were the same age, she herself would consider him as a groom. This greatly surprised the aristocrat. Wang was embarrassed, but delighted by the praise. After so many compliments, Panamera's impression had clearly improved. Van didn't want her to stop, mentally reminding himself not to reveal his emotions. Then the Viscount turned to Harut, asking her opinion. The woman let the girl decide for herself, to which Ferdinand's daughter hesitated, not knowing what to say. With tears in her eyes, she agreed that Wang was a good man, but she wasn't sure yet. The worried protagonist at this time replied that he himself was not ready for marriage yet, but was not against Harut settling in the village without marriage. He reflected on the fact that a child at such an age does not know what he is signing up for. Turning to the girl, the aristocrat said that this was an important decision, saying that she could take her time and think it over. However, Panamera did not understand the reason for Van's refusal. Taking a keen look at Wang, the woman noted that his strength was a rare thing that could become a target for other countries, so he should strive for greater protection for himself and his territory. Then the protagonist asked about the advantages that this marriage would bring for development, to which Panamera explained that after marriage she could count on the support of Count Ferdinand, and above all, on her own support. With a good-natured smile on her face, the Viscount noted that she shouldn't say this, but the marriage would eliminate the possibility of Count Ferdinand's knightly order attacking in an attempt to reclaim the territory. The boy, worried, mentally noted that she had said it anyway, and it all sounded very much like a hoax. Thoughtfully pondering the proposal, Wang, however, found no advantages for the Count himself. The protagonist could not find any benefit for this man. At this point, Panamera, smiling, noticed that the positions had changed places. The woman expressed her intention to stay the night and gave the boy a whole day to think everything over properly, and if anything happened, he could talk to her or Harut. The shocked aristocrat asked again, to which Panamera only snorted. Laughing, she was glad that she was finally able to see the real boy, noting that he made a much better impression this way. The Viscount said that before that, he didn't look like a child at all. Van asked if her soldiers would also stop. She reminded the noble that they were in enemy territory, and for a fragile woman it was dangerous, so she wanted her people with them. In his mind, the protagonist argued that Panamera was fragile, ranking her among the strongest people he had ever met. The woman suggested that if they stayed, Harut would stay in Van's mansion, which greatly embarrassed the girl. Ferdinand's daughter was horrified that she would have to share a bed with a boy. The main character was also tense about this situation. He was mentally surprised that there was a readiness for such a decision, considering that Harut was only 10 years old. While the girl was dying of embarrassment, Panamera chose to let Harut settle in with her this time. She asked if there were any more rooms in his mansion. Wang asked them not to worry about it, as he would immediately begin making the inn. Laughing, the woman thanked him for this. After this, the aristocrat built a hotel for his envoys. The guest did not expect that he would actually do this. The main character made rooms for the soldiers too, which made them happy. They invited the girls to dinner, and until then the envoys were to rest in the house. Till asked the boy if the scaly wolf meat would be suitable. Van saw no reason to refuse it. Orto and his lulai hunt mythical monsters that keep appearing in the area. Scaly wolves have recently appeared, which makes Maribel very happy. The maid firmly stated that she would try to make the food tasty for the sake of the main character's marriage to Mrs. Harut. The boy was surprised that she was not against their wedding. She replied that she was certainly sad, but despite the attachment, the girl was ready to serve such a couple, believing that Harut would always support him. The protagonist was amazed. Till continued that if the master's wife turned out to be a kind girl, then it would be easier for her. From how perfect the girl was, Van even became a little confused. Kamsen said that he was not against this girl either, but if there was a chance, he would like someone stronger for the boy, capable of protecting the aristocrat, for example Panamera. Mentally, the protagonist was surprised that Kamsen liked women who were strong in spirit. Espada decided that the Viscount's words were true, but from the Count's point of view, this marriage would have no meaning. Considering that he had originally sent her for the engagement, his daughter most likely did not have the four-element magic. Wang noted that it was difficult for the butler to say that Harut, like him, was kicked out of the house. The old man reflected that it was quite possible that Panamera had genuinely recognized the hero's strength, but they could not ignore the change in circumstances that would arise if he married Ferdinand's daughter. The boy continued Espada's thought that after the marriage, the Count and Viscount would have access to the village, and questions would arise about ballistas, weapons, and other things. Van also noted that one should not forget about the relationship with the Abgalu. The butler also informed that the protagonist would have to talk to his father, as his relationship with Ferdinand had not worked out. Looking to the future, the Marquis might break off the relationship altogether, and this could be a decisive factor. Wang clarified whether there was a possibility that his father would target the Count's territory. The protagonist reasoned that the kingdom of Scuderia had been expanding for over 10 years, but because of this, the neighboring states were afraid and hostile. Therefore, the king did not like the idea of discord among his own people the most. The boy asked if this was even possible now. Espada told about several methods. The old man summed up that there were many ways. This excited Van. For now, the protagonist has decided to concentrate on the will of Harut herself. Regardless of the situation, he will respect her choice, the aristocrat thought. He remembered that they hadn't even had a chance to talk, so he would try to do that over dinner. It was getting on for the evening. Everyone gathered for dinner. Van turned to Harut, asking how she was enjoying the food. The main character good-naturedly noted that when they had more ingredients, they would be able to cook sweets too. The girl was embarrassed that the boy spoke to her. She felt she had to answer properly and, embarrassed, admitted that the food was very tasty. Till was pleased with the compliment on her cooking. Even though the girl was getting used to it a little, she still stuttered because she hadn't spoken before without a special need. She was ashamed of it. However, the boy did not look at her with contempt. Panamera also recognized it. Harut couldn't believe she had met such a person. Van asked her what she was interested in. The girl hesitated, and then replied that she liked cute things. The aristocrat suggested that she liked small animals. Then Harut said that she liked dolls, but animals only if they didn't move. The boy noted that he had not seen dolls yet. The main character asked to show them to him next time. Surprised, the girl agreed. Harut noticed. She was struck by the calm atmosphere that Wang managed to maintain despite his age. She was glad that he was not rushing her, and offered to bring the dolls tomorrow. The protagonist thanked her for this with a smile. Harut was charmed. The girl noted a strange, joyful feeling that arose in her. Panamera noticed these changes. Harut was very embarrassed, and the Viscount looked at her with a smile. Then the aristocrat spoke to her some more. The girl began to get used to Van, and mentally noted that she wanted to continue talking. However, she was still troubled by her own insecurity. She wanted to ask for something during dinner herself, but she failed to act more confidently, which upset the girl. After dinner, Panamera, turning to the main character, noted the peacefulness of the village. The woman praised the food. The Viscount also noted that the residents respect the aristocrat. The boy couldn't help but agree with this. Panamera noted the modesty of the main character, because in his place she would have declared her exploits, because this would have given publicity outside the village. Wang said that the residents provided the materials themselves, and he simply adapted everything. The aristocrat noted that it was too early to make a list of reasons to be proud, but when the population was more than 1,000, it would be possible to think about it. The woman laughed, saying that she would wait for that. Then she turned to Harut. With a wave of her hand, the Viscount said goodbye to the boy. Harut hesitated awkwardly in front of Van. The protagonist assumed that she wanted to say something. He clarified this with the girl. However, even after 5 minutes, she could not utter a word. She was very worried. The boy did not know what to do with it. Harut tried to speak, stumbling. Here the girl blurted out everything she was thinking. She thanked the aristocrat and explained the reason for her tension, which was that he could become the man she would become engaged to. Harut made it clear that thanks to Van's kindness, she was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Then she wished the boy good night and ran away embarrassed. The bewildered aristocrat decided that he had made a good impression. As she ran down the street, the girl thought that she had spoken too quickly towards the end. She also blamed herself for not listening to him to the end. The residents parted in surprise before the fleeing Arut. The girl was worried that Mr. Wang now thought she was strange. When she ran to the hotel, Arut didn't even know where her room was. Then one of Panamera's soldiers escorted Ferdinand's excited daughter. Tired Arut finally reached the room. When she went inside, she was very embarrassed to see Panamera without clothes. The girl could not help but notice the woman's attractiveness. Sitting down next to Arut, the Viscount asked what had happened when she left, and whether the girl had an answer ready. Ferdinand's daughter was very embarrassed. Looking tenderly at the girl, Panamera suggested that she stay for a few more days. Arut agreed. The woman explained all the details while the girl was thinking. Arut looked embarrassed. After taking a bath, the girl decided to try to talk to Mr. Wang on her own tomorrow. She thought that the aristocrat would probably listen to her. For the first time in a long time, Ferdinand's daughter looked forward to tomorrow. The next day, the main character was giving orders regarding the construction of the fortress wall. The boy asked everyone to be careful, hoping that they would cope without any problems. Wang announced that Team Dai would be happy to have some laborers. The main character noticed something. It turned out that the adventurers from Orto had come to the morning ceremony. The aristocrat asked him what he was going to do, to which the man good-naturedly replied that he was only interested in this spectacle. Ortho noticed that recently the residents were lining up just like soldiers. The adventurers went hunting again, praising their weapons. Wang promised them more swords if they could get the materials. The main character wished everyone good work and promised a big barbecue. The upcoming barbecue has excited the residents. The aristocrat noted that many previously serene residents had turned into party animals. Panamera appeared and noted that this was a great way to lift the spirit. Descending from the platform and wishing them good morning, the boy replied that he could allow them such freedom. He shared another motivational method with the woman. At this moment, Arut joined the Viscount and the aristocrat. The girl looked at Van with excitement. The main character felt a little awkward. Arut decided to wish the boy good morning. He responded kindly. Ferdinand's daughter desperately tried to start a dialogue. The aristocrat gently supported her efforts. Van was surprised by her talkativeness. The girl was thinking. Arut decided that she wanted to see the world through Mr. Wang's eyes, so she asked if she could watch him work. Wang and his company moved to the water supply. Panamera asked what they did when they weren't building walls. The protagonist replied that they were cleaning the drain then. This left the woman puzzled. Meanwhile, the boy in Kamsen leaned over the water. He explained the system of the pipeline, warning that if it was not cleaned, it would be unhygienic and could lead to epidemics. The boy explained that the water eventually returns to the river. At that moment, a tail flashed in the water. It turned out that 2 young Abgalu had swum up and offered to help ferry the water. The messengers were very surprised. Panamera wondered what these sea creatures were doing here, while Arut was seeing them for the first time. The Abgalu children responded joyfully to the lady. With him was Priola, who, as usual, declared herself Van's bride. The boy felt awkward at this statement. The girls could not believe that he was marrying an Abgala, but the aristocrat made it clear that it was a misunderstanding. The main character once again made it clear to Priol that they were not engaged. Offended, the girl swam away, and the other children were horrified by his actions. They announced that Van was cruel to Lada. However, the aristocrat bribed them again with fruits, and they stopped their exhortations. The boy shared with the Abgali that they were having trouble getting the waterproof slabs out from under the water. The sea creatures immediately helped. After some time, the main character asked to close them. The boy suggested doing this every day, and Wang happily took advantage of the opportunity. Panamera asked about the Abgalas. The boy replied that they had joined the inhabitants. Taking up the materials, he said that they were now going to the city walls that were being built. The Viscount noted that they are considered a ghost race. Aruth also commented on the Abgala. The construction work was in full swing, as expected from Espada. Wang clarified how construction is progressing, noting the speed of work. The main character immediately found a solution to the problem with the corners. The boy ordered that this wall be built as well, and Espada took note. The aristocrat admired the butler's immediate acceptance of the unprocessed instruction. Wang continued to think about what was the best course of action. Panamera approached him, asking about the fortress. The woman offered to help, choosing a fairly effective method. The Viscount left with her soldiers without listening to the main character. Then Arut came up to him. The boy became worried that they had left her alone. He asked the girl, She nodded awkwardly in response. Then the aristocrat decided to improve relations. Van took Ferdinand's daughter to see the ballistas. The girl was very surprised by this huge weapon. The boy explained to her what it was and how it worked. The surface of the wall was made wider, the ballista larger. Arrows the size of a man's hand were lined up in 2 rows. The main character wanted to do something new, but being afraid of being embarrassed, because it might not work the first time, he decided to create a proven ballista. Van wanted to surprise. The boy decided to test the weapon with Kamsen. Pointing the ballista towards the forest, a powerful blow of arrows passed through the trees, breaking many of them. Looking into the distance, the aristocrat admitted that the blow was not bad. Till and Arut were amazed. Arut was amazed that a bow could be so powerful. Panamera ran up to them, alarmed by the noise. Van clarified the situation, and the Viscount was also surprised by the bulky weapon. Panamera had an idea. She asked about the presence of ballistas on the other wall. The Viscount began to ask in detail about their production and quantity. Wang mentally noted that this felt like an interrogation. The main character apologized but refused to tell, since it was a military secret. The refusal upset the woman. Then Panamera wanted to buy ballistas. The aristocrat again politely refused, but agreed to give in if he received proof that they were on their side. It was difficult for the Viscount to find evidence, but she couldn't help but notice that the boy never ceased to amaze. She reflected on the amazing results he had achieved. Panamera mentally noted that even the timid and withdrawn Arut had begun to show initiative, thanks to Van. Having analyzed everything, the woman seriously promised to officially enter into an equal union with him. To prove her seriousness, the Viscount announced that she would send a letter to the capital that very day. Her soldiers looked astonished. Continuing, Panamera promised to gain fame among the royal, titled nobility as a loyal friend of Van. In case of betrayal, it would be the end for her as an aristocrat. The protagonist mentally noted that this situation would certainly puzzle the aristocrats, but for him it was a unique opportunity, since he had almost no connections with the nobility. Bowing, the boy accepted the offer. After this, the Viscount's soldiers and Wang's confidants bowed. Arut began to look around, trying to figure out what to do. With embarrassment, she decided to bow too. The protagonist mentally noted that he didn't have to bow to her. The woman raised her hand to celebrate her first collaboration. She offered 100 of her soldiers for 2 weeks in exchange for the ballista. The men lined up and saluted, ready for duty. However, the woman did not accept if she found a deficiency upon her return. Wang mentally rejoiced at the opportunities that opened up with trained people. Then he clarified all the details of the transportation. Kemsen exchanged glances with Till, and then approached the Viscount. He advised her to take at least 1 arrow made by the master, but the woman did not understand why. Then the boy handed her the sword made by the main character. Wang mentally noted that he had been very happy about this sword when he had received it just recently. He had been discussing it with Panamera in the meantime. The protagonist was curious to see new sides of Kemsen, as he had recently learned that he admired Panamera. Panamera noticed that against a man with armor and shields, the sword seemed less reliable. Then Kemsen asked for an unnecessary sword to test. The woman pulled out her spare sword. The Viscount said excitedly that if even 1 chip appeared on it, it would be amazing. After that, Kemsen took out his sword, apologizing in advance. The boy struck with a light movement. Looking at the intact sword, Panamera thought the blow had slipped. But at that moment, the sword split in 2. The second half of the Viscount's reserve broke off and fell. The soldiers were amazed by what they saw. The woman, scattering her guesses, could not find an answer. Kemsen was pleased with this. Wang revealed the secret, saying it was a matter of manufacturing, not material. Panamera asked if the ballista arrows had the same property. The protagonist replied that they could pierce 2 or 3 armored dragons. This astonished the soldiers and the Viscount. They looked at the ballista with horror. After this demonstration, Panamera decided to buy the arrows, regardless of the price. Van happily thanked her. Night fell. Harut was surrounded by drunken, joyful residents, asking him to take care of their master. The embarrassed girl listened to him say that she was a great match for the main character. She listened awkwardly to the drunken men arguing. At this moment, Wang clapped his hands. He dispersed the people who were pestering the guests. The men began to behave disrespectfully, laughing. The protagonist mentally noted that the problems with drunk men are the same everywhere. As punishment, he forbade them a second helping, which they were not happy about. The aristocrat will invite the embarrassed Harut to eat with them. The drunks were whining behind them, causing Till to glare at them. The men immediately fell silent. Kemsil and Van were discussing at the table how long it would take to complete the construction. Harut asked what part of the wall was finished. The main character answered that it was all of it. This surprised the girl. The boy noticed that it was not being built according to the usual order and time frame. In this regard, he remembered that it took 3 years to build the royal capital. The nobleman thought that even with a large group of people, such work could take a very long time. The main work is done by slaves and prisoners, and influential 4-element mages are sent to the battlefield. Van noted that even if you build a wall out of earth using magic, it will still end up as a block. The main character wanted to finish the construction before Lango arrived. Harut inquired about the reason, worried that this man was dangerous. The boy just smiled at this. He made it clear that he really wanted to surprise him. The adventurers ran away quickly. Someone was following them. Panamera's subordinates proved to be very useful. The construction of the foundation of the fortress wall could not keep up with the Espada's magic. Van put the finishing touches on it. After dinner, the main character was dragged off to study by Espada and D. In less than 2 weeks, the 2 fortress walls were completed. New double-barreled ballistas have appeared. Panamera noted that they have already helped so much. She lost count of how many times Van surprised her. The protagonist couldn't help but mentally note the Viscount's form, but he almost blurted it out loud. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. The boy told her about his immediate plans for development. Panamera envied the aristocrat because having territory was her dream. She told Van that for military exploits in the next battle, she would try to get territory for which she would not have to pay. At this time, people were running towards them. A terrible rumble was heard in the forest. The creature was breaking trees. The adventurers, running out of the forest, ordered to hide in shelters. It turns out that the dragon was very close. To everyone's surprise, a giant dragon flew out towards the fortress. People were scared. The adventurers decided to delay him and buy time, while the others fled to the village. Wang was thinking about what was the right thing to do. The protagonist thought that everyone was in danger. People were ready to fight. Panamera decided to help. Then the aristocrat gathered himself and confidently shouted for Ortho to run to him. They would strike with the ballistas. Van gave instructions. The Viscount made it clear that their enemy was a forest dragon. She gave orders regarding Aruth. The girl was worried. The main character noticed that Arut was afraid. The boy decided to reduce the tension. He reassured her with the presence of weapons and strong people. The aristocrat noted Panamera's participation in this. Van confidently said that they would not lose. Arut excitedly wished them luck. The protagonist asked Till to go with the girl. The maid agreed. The adventurers, with the enraged dragon behind them, approached the gate. Wang gave orders, but mentally noted that it was difficult to fight a flying enemy. He ordered to aim at the wings to deprive him of the ability to fly. The girl fell. The adventurers turned to look at her in shock. She told them to run and not think about her. Ortho tensed. To give Pluriel time to escape, the adventurer began to distract the monster. But the dragon was not interested until one of them attacked him. This made him angry, and he chased after the man. With tears in his eyes, he asked his comrades to run. The adventurers listened to him. Xara was upset that he was abandoned. Ortho expressed that he had no doubt about his speed, giving the order. With tears in his eyes, the man continued to be indignant. Zaro promised to remind the boss of this, arguing with him. Van hoped that this conflict was for fun. Here the main character ordered to aim and shoot. He announced that Zara would be eaten if they slowed down. The adventurer did not like this. Panamera said she could stop him. The Viscount prepared to attack. Wang guessed that the Count had appointed a man of such a young age to a responsible post for a reason. Seeing the woman's ability, the protagonist thought that it was obvious. A fiery whirlwind formed in the sky. She threw a fire spear at the monster. However, the dragon dodged. The monster paused. At that moment, the defenders fired their ballistas. They managed to hit the wing. Van noted the monster's good eyesight. He dodged many of the attacks. The wounds should slow the dragon down. The protagonist orders to prepare a second shot. Arrows rained down from the ballistas. The monster growled furiously and dodged. The aristocrat noted with regret that the second shot did 0 damage. At that moment, the adventurers ran through the gate with sighs of relief. The boy interrupted their joy. reminding them that the attack had not yet been repelled. Panemura began to summon the fire spear again. She said that this would buy time, but everyone should take refuge in the village. The dragon dodged the fire again. However, with a movement of her hand, Panemura immediately turned her attack on the rebounding monster. Wang watched in surprise as a barrage of fire hit the enemy. The dragon roared as it was roasted. It tried to escape. The main character could not help but notice the power of fire magic. The woman leaned on her knee. Panemura then rushed to the village to organize a counterattack. While the aristocrat was organizing the evacuation, the monster was already ready. The monster jumped onto the fortress. Wang noted that due to his wounds, he could only rush after them. The boy thought that after the armored dragons, they were too self-confident. This is an exceptional type of magical creature. Then someone ran forward. It was D who decided to fight hand to hand. The protagonist quickly managed to convince him otherwise. At this moment, Espada was heading towards the dragon with a serious attitude. Wang tried to stop the butler, but he continued to walk towards the dragon. Wang tried to stop the butler, but he continued to walk towards the dragon. His persistence angered the aristocrat. The boy said he wouldn't leave without him. Smiling softly, the butler replied that that would be a problem. The old man promised that he would just buy time and return, but the main character was not satisfied with this, and he refused. The dragon headed towards them until Espada's earth pillar appeared. The blow hit the monster. The old man was satisfied. Wang couldn't help but be amazed at his abilities. But the boy noted that it was already too late. The main character tried to urge the butler on in every possible way. He noticed that running was difficult for the old man, so Kamsen volunteered to help. After this, Wang entrusted the butler to Kamsen and ran ahead. The aristocrat looked at the fortress. There was still a long way to the village, no matter how hard I ran. Wang thought about how to help people whose stamina was running out. Meanwhile, Panemura and his men took up positions. Wang continued to run and gave orders. On the move, he managed to encourage the shooters. Then the Viscount asked him what she should do. The boy was amazed to realize that Panemura was waiting for his instructions. The protagonist asked the woman to restrain the dragon with her magic and direct a volley of ballistas. Smiling, the Viscount replied that she couldn't come up with a better plan. She happily noted that this was the first time she had been given instructions on magic. Van only apologized nervously. The dragon emerged from under the rocks. The monster rushed forward. Wang was thinking about how to buy more time for the evacuation. At that moment, a cloak flashed in front of him. It was D and his knights. He decided to buy time. Wang was amazed by the courage of these three. D approached the monster. The dragon saw him and roared, and the knights screamed. The knights slashed at the monster's paw. The monster's claws flew off. The dragon roared and tried to hit the attacker with its tail, but his assistants were already ready with shields in their hands. The monster targeted people. Espada and Wang exchanged glances, after which the mage attacked the monster. The butler covered the dragon with a stone again, thus saving the knights. This time the monster cut off the attack. Worried, Wang asked Espada and Kamsen to hurry. The butler and Kamsen quickly left. Dai rose and ordered a retreat. Wang was amazed that, despite their injuries, they quickly ran forward. Suddenly, the dragon chased the knights. Having come close enough, the protagonist gave the order to Panemura. The fiery spear rushed towards the monster, but the dragon managed to defend itself with its wings. The fire raged. The aristocrat ordered a volley from the western side of the village. The monster dispelled the fire from the previous attack. A barrage of arrows rained down on the dragon. Most of the arrows missed, but those that did caused significant damage. Waiting for the right moment, Wang ordered everyone to fire, and the dragon roared in pain. Everyone watched the monster with hope. The monster fell. The protagonist noted that he protected his head, but the arrows still passed through his body. The wounds must be fatal. Just in case, the aristocrat ordered more volleys to be prepared. Panemura looked at him tensely. Wang asked Dai to check. The knight carefully approached the dragon. People watched fearfully as D slowly approached the monster. Pointing his sword, the knight saw an open eye. At that moment, the toothy mouth opened, trying to eat D. The man managed to dodge the closing jaws. After this, the knight finished off the monster. The dragon was defeated. The knights began to rejoice in their victory. Having assessed the danger, Wang sighed. The main character confidently turned towards the fortress. He informed the defenders that the enemy had been defeated. The people greeted the victory with an enthusiastic cry of victory. The main participants in the battle breathed a sigh of relief. The residents rejoiced at the victory. Till worriedly asked if Van was okay. He replied with a smile that he was fine, but he singled out those who really needed to be checked. The boy was exhausted. Panamara approached him. She praised his leadership skills. The Viscount congratulated the aristocrat on yet another dragon conquest. Wang objected while the villagers behind him discussed the battle. The protagonist made it clear that he was lucky and without all of them he would not have succeeded. The woman agreed with this. However, she pointed out that the Count's area would have suffered much more in such an attack. The aristocrat believed that the defense there was much better. Panamera replied that such heroic people could not be found there. D and Espada were just resting behind. Smiling, Wang said that everyone on their team is something to be proud of. The Viscount particularly highlighted the combat power of the ballistas. The protagonist replied that they still had room for improvement. The woman suggested holding a celebration to celebrate the achievements of D, Van, and Espada. Wang was amazed by the knight's new title, Dragon Slayer. Van announced the victory from the balcony of the estate. On this occasion, the main character decided to reward people who played an important role. The first was Panamera Carrera Cayenne. Under the stern gaze of the Viscount, the people fell silent and stood at attention. To the surprise of the people, the woman noted that another village or city would have been destroyed, but thanks to the help of everyone present, they achieved this result. Panamera highlighted the absence of casualties and minimal damage. The residents were inspired. Then, the Viscount decided to announce the people who had made a huge contribution to the victory. The woman called D, declaring his merits. The second was Espada. Panamera smiled and looked at the last hero. To the roar of the crowd, she announced Van. To the embarrassment of the main character, she listed his merits. Then the Viscount told what the aristocrat's feat was in the battle. Children and adults chanted his name. Surprised by the amount of love, the boy waved amiably. At this point, the ceremony ended. Meanwhile, the cutting of the raw materials began. Panamera was still amazed by the sharpness of the weapon. The Viscount, amazed, counted hundreds of such swords. But the aristocrat cooled her down, asking for 5 gold pieces for their manufacture. This upset the woman. Thanks to the Viscount and her soldiers, they quickly collected material, but the warehouse was full. Then an even larger warehouse was built. When most of the fortress wall was completed, the merchant Lango returned to the village. The man was certainly amazed by the changes. Then his brother made it clear that this was not the only problem. Wang greeted Lango. The man brought with him a large group of traders. Maribel asked to accompany her brother to the new warehouse. The protagonist politely invited the merchants to get into the carriage. The merchants couldn't believe there was a dragon inside. While the merchants were amazed, the boy blissfully talked about future profits. Bell counted at least 100 white gold coins. Wang was amazed at the huge amount. He then asked the merchant about the trades he had mentioned. The man explained that this was a public auction in the capital for particularly expensive items. The protagonist made it clear to Bella that he and his brother would also profit. The merchant praised the boy's intelligence and empathy. Mary noted that he was ready to put his life on the line for such a profit. The aristocrat proposed to organize a trading company. This proposal struck Belle as a shock. The merchants were amazed at the improvements in the village. They showered the boy with offers. One of them suggested opening a store. It was a merchant from Mary's company. Wang clarified how much they were willing to buy it for and how much it would be sold for later. So one of the merchants asked for a moderate price for the dragon with the shell, giving them future advantages in return. However, the main character understood what this conversation was really about. The results of this battle are perceived as something special, and no one seriously thinks about further relations. If we assume further development of the village, they would buy raw materials at a higher price. In fact, they have no interest in such a distant village, and all they care about is profit. After analyzing this, he thanked them for the conversation. Wang started to walk away when one of the merchants said that there was no point in counting on those two. They tried to prove to the main character that they were the best option. To get rid of them, he loudly announced, so that the brothers could hear, the price that the merchants had offered them. At this, Lango was surprised. The man made it clear that the price should be higher. At this, the traders pounced on Lango to shut him up. The merchant was upset by such anger. Then Bell stood up for his brother. Under the angry glances of the traders, Mary revealed the scheme. Mary Bell continued, "The merchants were unhappy about this. One of the merchants tried to bribe Bell. Wang noted that he could hear them perfectly well, but the brothers proved their honesty. Honesty was much more important to Mary. It is trust, according to the brothers, that will bring the greatest profit in the future." One of the traders went on to threaten to expel him from the trading company. After the altercation, the boy asked if everything was okay. The brothers were unhappy with the greed of the merchants. Bell decided to continue as an independent trader. The merchants took up their goods and began to clarify the details. It turned out that to create a trading company, you need a recommendation from an aristocrat. However, in return, aristocrats receive a large profit from this. Such nobility can get money without doing anything. Then Van asked about the collection. Mary Bell made it clear that everyone has their own. The protagonist asked who had recommended Mary's company. The question excited the brothers. Mary's recommendation came from the Berlin royal family, which rules the country. The boy noted that this was bad. The brothers agreed. In the background is a tall, beautiful building with columns belonging to a trading company. Wang reasons that the higher the title of the aristocrat who supports the foundation of a trading company, the stronger and larger it is. The hero notices that such a trading company receives all sorts of warm welcome, as well as brand image and patronage from an aristocrat. Wang sits on a wooden bench, crossing his legs, and does not quite agree with such rules. The boy rested his chin on his right hand and said that it was unfair for the king to have a favorite. Opposite Van are the manager and his brother. The former says that Mary's enterprise can open a store in any city on favorable terms. Feudal lords become customers because of the rare materials, slaves, and other things obtained by the knightly order. He adds that Mary Triumph, the company's chairman, is rumored to have been the king's own concubine. In the background is an image of a woman in a hat with roses. His brother is surprised by the words about a concubine. Wang says, with concern, that things are getting worse and worse. The hero reasons that if an influential trading company notices that the people they are in conflict with are organizing their own enterprise, no one will support the latter. He imagines the mustachioed traders whispering. Wang said that the Merchant Guild, however, is a huge organization that exists in many countries, including theirs. The head office is in another country, so the guild can approve the establishment of a company if the conditions are acceptable. The manager agreed with Wang's words. He said that they were very much obliged to him because they were getting their own store and there were no problems with money. The boy was worried about the support of the aristocracy. Wang immediately indicated that his family would not be suitable for this. The boy thought that his relationship with his father was definitely broken, and that his older brother, although he liked him very much, did not have a title. He thought of only one aristocrat who could provide support. Wang sighed. He said he would try to ask Viscount Panamera for patronage, since she was the only aristocrat with whom he had any contact. His interlocutors beamed. Wang assured that he would ask the Viscount convincingly, and wanted to continue his thought, but the merchants did not listen to him. They cried from happiness and hugged each other. Seeing the violent reaction, the boy said he would just talk to her. The brothers continued to rejoice, and Wang asked if they could hear him. The hero thought that this would probably be very disadvantageous for Mrs. Panamera. When Wang came to ask the Viscount herself about it, she replied that she had no objection. The boy couldn't believe it. His reaction made Mrs. Panamera laugh. She began to explain her decision with a smile. In the background, knights are training, they are fighting with swords. The girl said that it would not be a detriment to her, as a rising aristocrat, if she approved the creation of an enterprise, however weak, under the leadership of only two, and even more so, if such pressure was exerted, the authority of the royal family would be shaken. Wang thought about her words and agreed that it was indeed about the honor of the royal family. He thought hard that this seemed like a hidden hostile attack, and guessed that such thoughts might be because he was originally a commoner. Mrs. Panamera noted that she also had neither a fief nor a knightly order, so if she wanted to advance, it was important for her to behave outrageously so that the common people would talk about her. The Viscount concluded that this proposal was advantageous to her. She said about herself that, after all, some upstart with a personal army of 100 people, after defeating the dragon, was going to go to the royal capital. Mrs. Panamera added that this event would undoubtedly be the subject of discussion among many. It dawned on the boy that indeed, no one would think that in a border village there was equipment capable of exterminating a dragon. Wang happily exclaimed that this was very good, because if he pretended that this was the work of the Viscountess, he would be able to avoid the attention of his family. The girl responded that he was thinking very strangely. She says that the overthrow of dragons is rare. Details and guesses will reach the high aristocracy. They will learn about the raw materials, how to defeat it, how many people there were, about the place and the damage. Acceptance into the groups and the royal order depends on success. Mrs. Panamera added that even if she was declared the one who had defeated the dragon, various checks would definitely lead to Van. The boy was not pleased with these words. Van was upset by how much trouble this was causing. He had been kicked out of his home, and now they could call him back, and he liked to develop the village. The girl said that he was worried like a child who had run away from home. Then she remembered that Van really was a child. Mrs. Panera leaned over and said that if the boy asked, she would tell him how to make sure he was never returned. Van was interested. Excitedly, he asked if this was really possible. The Viscount replied that it was as easy as pie. She looked at the boy with a confident grin and told him to get a title, as it would make him independent and allow him to start a new family. Wang had not expected such advice. The hero thought the girl had presented it too simply, as if she were talking about buying an apartment. Panamera said that it was better to leave it as if the dragon had been killed thanks to the baby, and what she had done was due to the time delay. Wang protested. He was sure that this would change everything again and attract a lot of attention. The Viscount leaned over sharply and asked what the boy was unhappy about. He made a frightened face, because he did not expect such a quick movement. Wang thought excitedly that there was cause for concern in the conferment of a title. He pictured the faces of his family. He didn't know how his father would react, and assumed that he should expect hostile attacks from the second and third sons. The boy also imagined his older brother's face, and thought that, besides everything else, it would be awkward if he became an aristocrat faster than Marcia, with whom he had developed a good relationship. Seeing Van's dejected expression, Panamera continued her thought. She reasoned that he would receive the nickname of a dragon slayer at the age of only 8, and for that, he would surely be given a title. The hero was tense about the Viscount's words. The girl said that he would receive a lot of money and a trading enterprise that she would support from the very beginning, and here one could only talk about advantages. But she also understood his excitement. Mrs. Panamera shared her experience. Immediately after receiving the title, the number of her enemies and comrades who tried to take advantage of her increased. A sinister smile appeared on her face, brought on by the memories. The girl menacingly declared that she had turned them all into ashes. A magical flame blazed in her hand. Van, shocked, loudly asked about the ashes. Panamera laughed and said that if he had enemies, he should use ballistas. If the number of those overtaken by the punishment was large, no one would go against Van anymore. The boy shuddered at such advice on survival. The hero carefully said that if all the merits were attributed to him, the Viscount would have no steps for his own advancement. The girl grinned and asked if she had heard correctly that the boy was worried about her, Panamera Carrera Cayenne. She did not think she led a life that would make an 8-year-old child worry. The Viscount looked like a snarling wolf. Van felt like a defenseless rabbit in front of her and, trembling, assured that he was not at all worried about the girl. The boy, still feeling like a rabbit, said that he was more worried about himself and asked the Viscount not to eat him. She laughed and replied that his answers were as funny as always. Mrs. Panamera smiled broadly and confidently told Wang not to worry, as she would not be eating him for the next 5 years. The girl also added that in order for Van to continue to grow, this time she would give him the feat with the dragon. The boy froze in confusion and could not understand whether she was serious. 2 days later, Lengo excitedly asked Wang if he would agree to a price of 130 pieces of white gold. The boy agreed with a smile, and the two people in front of Wang let out a sigh of astonishment. The deal was done. The hero thinks that the agreement to create a trading company was concluded with the condition that he or Mrs. Panamera would give a recommendation, while receiving 10% of the profit. Wang also thought that Lengo had returned to the royal harbor to sell the raw materials of the forest dragon and the shell dragon. Suddenly, someone shouted, asking if the merchants had simply left. Workers all around. The manager's brother confirmed that all the adventurers and merchants had left with empty carts, but they could probably still be caught up. The manager was indignant at how they would explain themselves to the trading company if they returned empty-handed. Mrs. Panamera came up. She sighed and said that the merchants were probably expecting to be spared. because if the shipment failed, that was all that was left. In that case, they would have to obey and sell the goods for 80 pieces of white gold. Van became nervous and said that he definitely wouldn't want that. The boy asked if they could transport him on the cart he had created. He thought it would be fine if he asked Mr. Ordo and his team to accompany him. Panamera replied that she would lead the army to the capital to apply for the title of Van. She said that for this reason, Wong does not have to worry about the escort and manpower. The hero beamed. He was very happy. He warmly thanked the surprised Panamera and said that if she was nearby, everything would definitely be fine. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks, and she replied that she was embarrassed when trust was expressed so openly. The boy's sudden reaction struck him like a thunderbolt. Mrs. Panamera looked at the very surprised Van with bewilderment. The residents are reported to be having fun today. The annual events after the Fertility Festival and Carnival include the Festival of Bright Lights. Locals look up questioningly, paying attention to the figure radiating light. The manager hesitantly asks Wang if everything is okay, since a large cart and many horses will be needed to transport the raw materials from the dragon. Smiling resolutely, Wang says that everything is fine, and he will start preparing right away. The result was a huge cart with a roof rack made from a wooden block, so it was light and strong. There was also a canopy to cover the luggage after loading. The manager and his brother were absolutely delighted. Mrs. Panamera suggested that the cart be pulled by the horses she had brought, as they were trained, well-trained, and their strength and speed would pleasantly surprise them. The boys thanked her warmly. The wooden wheels of the cart creak and carry it along the grass. Horses slowly pull carts. Mary's trade caravan moves across a plain surrounded by mountains. One of the traders asks if they have caught up yet. In one of the wagons, Mary's traders are talking. One of them says that those brothers are stubborn and can do stupid things. The second agrees about the stupidity and specifies that in such a wilderness they will not be able to sell raw materials anywhere. The merchant continues with irritation that if the brothers do not ask them, they will not be able to assemble a caravan, which means they will soon understand that they should not have refused. Suddenly there was a commotion. Someone said to move to the edge, and that a cart had appeared that had never been seen before. The merchants anxiously asked what was going on. A loaded cart passed them. The stunned merchants asked what an order of knights was doing in such a village. One wondered if this was Marquis Fertio's carriage. The other cut him off abruptly and said that Van Fertio was simply the youngest son who had been cast out of the family. Besides, this was not the carriage that aristocrats rode in. There were many large carts passing by the caravan. One of the caravan members pointed at something with a startled expression and called on the others to look at it. A unicorn flag was flying over the large carts. The caravan couldn't believe it. Mary's traders looked out of the carriage with very surprised faces. Viscount Cayenne rode past them quickly on horseback. Her face was very calm. The traders also noticed Langa with her and were also very surprised. The guy confidently held the reins and smiled. The members of Mary's caravan froze with identical, shocked expressions. One called Mrs. Panamera a precocious rich woman and remembered that she was supposed to be in the Count's territory. He didn't understand why she was here with Lango. The merchants were actively speculating that if these two were cooperating, then Belle and Lango had formed their own firm. They realized that they had been mistaken in thinking that they had no means of transportation and no guaranteed buyers. The merchants thought that if all this was true, then they had traveled so far in vain and would also lose profit. They had agreed with the head of the company to sponsor a caravan for the delivery of 40 dragons with shells. They are very worried about this. Everyone thought that they would lose their position as merchants if they returned to the city empty-handed. If they had agreed earlier to 100 pieces of white gold, then everyone would have had a huge profit of 1 or 2 pieces. The merchants were pondering what to do. One said that even with a large number of carts, they would have to make 2 trips, and they should apologize and offer help. Another rejected this and said that they had addressed the leader of the caravan with kindness. Developing his thought, he added that the head should be told that Belle and Lango had thwarted their good deeds and deceived them. Sweat rolled down the man's face from the strain. He resolutely ordered to return. The others were in shock. The merchant expressed hope that they would be understood and forgiven. The horses continued to pull the carts across the plain between the mountains. Before you is the ruler of the kingdom of Scuderia Dino and Zola Berlinete. He became king at only 16 years old, and already at 20 he carried out a significant military reform. acquiring armed forces more powerful than ever before. All officers of adjutant rank and below, except for the commander, who is obliged to prevent betrayal and attach great importance to blood kinship, must be brave warriors with many years of combat service in the troops. Giving the highest priority to the military is the main idea of King Dino's reforms. This reform requires time, effort, and a lot of bloodshed. Previously, it was considered the norm that anyone born into an aristocratic family became an adjutant of a knightly order, which meant that many incapable children were left without work. At the same time, those families that could afford cuts, such as the Count of Ferdinand, or those who specialized in military affairs, such as the Marquises of Fertio, progressed rapidly. In recognition of her military service, she became commander of the Count's Guard at the age of 16. She then survived several battles and fought with distinction in the war against the Kingdom of Aranet. The platoon under her command performed a feat that had an important impact on the course of this battle, and so she became an aristocrat. She is grateful to Count Ferdinand, who appointed her simple knight to a high position and petitioned to grant her a title. His Majesty was so pleased with her active work that he elevated her to the title of Viscount with extraordinary speed after 6 years. The man said that without a doubt, he believed that she had come to ask for her own promotion to the title based on new military achievements. With a menacing face, he said that she was saying that she was asking for the title to be given to another person, wasn't she? But he couldn't see the person to whom it should be given. It was the ruler of the kingdom of Scuderia Dino and Zola Berlinate, who was already 43 years old. The girl said that this man is the owner of a royal fiefdom. He protects a border village where there is not even a deputy, so it was not possible for him to come to the royal capital. The king asked why the owner of such a fiefdom should be elevated for his great achievements, even if the prospects are vague as they may seem. The king chuckled and added that if she was a man whose fame in military affairs was known to them, recommending him, then they must be talking about something promising. But how did he achieve military success in a remote village, without having any knights or even guards? She had aroused his interest, but this question required a proper answer. The girl spoke about the conquest of dragons. All the men present in the throne room whispered in disbelief. They were surprised that this was not a rebuff, but a conquest. The man standing near the king asked again and said that if it was true, it was really amazing that a mage who owned 4 elemental magic grew up in this village. The girl said that this man owned production magic in his family. He was not favored and was expelled. The man, near the ship, asked if the man had dealt with the dragons. The king interrupted him, asking seriously who this man was. The girl replied that he was the son of Marquis Fertio, Van Ney Fertio. He was a hero who had defeated dragons when he was only 8 years old. Kroll asked what she was talking about, since the Marquis had not reported anything to him about it. The girl explained that she knew nothing about the report, but in fact the information could be confirmed by the person who was the main figure in this conversation, the villagers, and also by herself. She said that on the day the boy had made his way, with some difficulty, to this nameless village of only 100 people, it had been attacked by a group of robbers, but the group had been crushed and the village had been cleared thanks to him and the modest number of subordinates and adventurers who had previously acted as escorts. The king said in surprise that, despite his young age, he was able to fight and win, no matter how you look at it, and not everyone is capable of that. The girl thought that she had aroused the king's exceptional interest. She said that the first thing the boy did was to build clay walls to strengthen the village's defenses and restore the destroyed houses. People wondered if it was too strange that an 8-year-old child had done all this. She said that the ancients' fighting capacity consisted of 100 commoners, the deputy commander of the knightly order, the marquis, 2 of his knights, a butler, an elderly mage, and 5 adventurers. She also took part in the battle with one of the dragons, but only to the extent that she held the enemy back a couple of times. She added that in the end, thanks to the feudal Lord Van Ney Fertio and his subordinates, the battle was won without a single casualty. The advisor replied that it was hard to believe something like that right away, but she must have had proof. She replied that she had raw materials from the slain dragons. She decided to clarify that there was also raw material from 40 dragon carcasses with shells. The men screamed when they heard about the shells and 40 dragons. Even for the capital knights, such a battle is not an easy task. The girls saw the commotion she had caused, but they were understandable. She said that she had also heard oral testimony from the villagers that the boy had led the battle, but some details were different from those given in the report, so they could confirm this when they checked the dragon. The advisor said that he doubted that she had done without exaggeration. Perhaps the man wanted to indirectly obtain the fief by assigning the achievements to the child, since he is easy to control, and not to another person with whom she has no connection. The king said not to test him, since there is no doubt. The king asked if the boy was asking for the transfer of the fief directly to him, and she replied that it was so. The king said that the people who would carry out the check would arrive to them in the coming days. In such a matter, it would not be possible to deceive. The advisor relayed that His Majesty said he trusted her. If all this turned out to be an attempt to mislead, then her title would be taken away, and, what's more, she would be severely punished. He repeated this, asking if she understood this. The girl replied that she understood, and she would like His Majesty to see this place firsthand. How much this boy Wong had transformed the village in a short period of time. Perhaps His prudent Majesty would appoint a new owner of the prosperous fiefdom to defend the state. The king rose from his throne, saying that this was interesting, and he wished to see Fertio as soon as possible. A huge dragon skull was being carried through the square in the middle of the crowd. People watched in shock. One of the guys called out from the crowd to Mrs. Panamera, who was walking towards him. The girl said that a decision had been made to grant Fertio the title of Baron, and that a reward for subduing the forest dragon would be determined later. People around were talking about the son of Marquis Fertio, that same fourth son, who was called a child prodigy, and this child defeated the dragon. Panamera said that it was now possible to organize their trading company. She would file an application for its creation today. She asked what its name would be. The guy with shining eyes, clenching his fists, suggested the name Lango. The girl was surprised that there wouldn't even be the name of the older brother. The guy said that he was sure that he would be pleased to see the name of his beloved youngest, even after death. Panamera responded that she did not want to change the name later due to the conflict, so she would register it as Bell and Lango. In the following days, the name of the new trading company and rumors about the new Baron Fertio became the hottest topics of conversation in the capital. They spread as a heroic tale, and somehow the ending changed to the dragon being surrounded on the battlefield and having his head cut off by a boy who was a powerful swordsman. The girl thought that the rumors were having the desired effect. She said that her participation in this was also vividly adapted so they would think that everything was going well. She told the boy that this is where the most interesting things begin, and she asked, what about gratitude, since the day when Mrs. Panamera and the others left the village. The construction of the fortress walls was completed, and more ballistas were created, and since 100 people live in the village, not all of them will work at the same time. The standard houses were rebuilt in a modern style, and the village center became picturesque and functional. Moreover, the hero built 2 towers. The hero asked the others, what about a meal with a beautiful view? The girl with black hair said that she liked the Oligo Tower so much because it overlooked the main road. The hero answered Kamsen that it seemed she liked high places. The second girl said that she liked the Budo Tower more because from there you can take in the lake with one glance. The man called out to the hero, asking if he was going to climb Oligo Tower. The 2 knights behind him winced at the mention of another bathhouse, as they were already exhausted. The knight said that they were thinking of climbing it as a form of training, but in that case, they would go to Budo Tower and dragged the soldiers along with him. The hero was surprised. To rise and the top of the tower takes 10 minutes. The hero was pretty tired of climbing the stairs. Kamsen climbed more vigorously than the others. The hero turned to the girl behind him, saying that she was also quite resilient. Till replied that this was for now and that once they got up, they wouldn't be able to move anymore. Finally, they all reached the tower balcony. The trio watched the scenery from above with a smile. Wang said that the village only had 100 residents. It was quite large for that number. Till agreed, saying that you couldn't tell it was a village, looking at the buildings and various equipment. It would probably be renamed a city soon. It was Van who had given up the idea of calling the village Vanna Village, but people were not satisfied. He would not be surprised if everyone started joking again and suggested Vanna City. Till asked if that was a bad idea. She also thought that the name would sound wonderful. Nay asked if the girl had decided to joke about him too. He was sure that she was speaking mockingly. The girl denied it. Kamsen called the hero, pointing to the side. The hero said that recently his vision had become as sharp as that of the villagers. He could not see anything so far away. He could not see anything. Kamsen said that this was because he began to look into the distance often. To Kamsen that these were not soldiers or adventurers, but many children and old people, as well as a number of servants. The hero asked if he was serious, and asked how much the young man's eyesight had improved, the talent of their settlement. The hero thinks that there is still more than an hour before their arrival, so why not have lunch for now? Till agrees, saying that today she has prepared his favorite sandwich with a fried egg. She assures him that it is very tasty, because thanks to Mr. Bell they now have the best quality bread. The boys were saying how delicious it was. At that moment, someone ran up to them. The young girl called out to Mr. Wang. The hero thought about how lovely she was and smiled. Lady Panamera left for the royal capital, and Aruth did not follow her, deciding to live in this place for a while. She was trained by Espada. The hero asked Harut what had happened to her. He even became less formal with her because she was a child. She is very little, and when the hero says that she is lovely and he feels something different from love for her, he really wanted to stroke her head. He really stroked her hair. The girl became embarrassed. The guy thought she was the sweetest creature. He apologized for his actions, saying it was unintentional. Stuttering, she asked to listen and said that if he didn't mind, he could just call her Arut. The hero thought how cute it was and asked if it was really possible. The girl, shyly, said that she just thought it was easier for him. Then the hero, calling her Arut, asked if she had come to tell him something. Stammering, she wanted to tell him that wanted people had come to this village. The hero noticed to himself that she had pronounced village questioningly. She said that there were a lot of people, and asked what to do since there was nothing from the fortress walls to the village itself. She asked if he wanted to talk about it in Mr. Wang's house. The hero noticed that she had begun to get used to him and was capable of normal conversation. But he still felt shyness in girls, but now she was taking a pose in which it was immediately clear that she was addressing him. The girl continued to babble about how many villagers were talking about something, and she wanted to tell the hero about it. The hero replied that in that case they would continue the conversation at his house, but first they needed to find out if their guests were on a friendly wavelength. Till said that Orto and his team had set out for the forest before noon. Then the hero ordered to call back D and his men, as well as Espada to be present. Kamsen raised his hand and said that he understood, and ran around to call them. He ran to the opposite tower. The hero was surprised at how much energy the guy had. The hero thought that he too was training one way or another during construction. Kamsen's strength of spirit and efforts amazed him. Kamsen himself challenged and overcame D's hellish training. And although Kamsen himself does not realize it, when it comes to fencing he is one step ahead of the hero. Abu and Ro are also overworked due to impatience and rivalry. The hero felt a big difference in physical fitness. Arut said that Mr. Kamsen is amazing. Even in this world, among children, the hero will be the fast child, the one who is good physically. A crowd of people came to the hero. The butler said that he believed that these people came from other villages. Their representative was waiting at the door. The hero asked to let them in. An old man entered the office. He apologized, asking if this was the village of Seat. The hero repeated his question. The old woman said that they thought they had reached the village of Seat. But what kind of amazing city was this? The hero asked about the village of Siat and asked Espada if he knew anything about it. The butler replied that the village chief told him that the so-called Seat people used to live in this place, and it seems that because of its remains, some people call the village Seat. The hero cried out that it couldn't be that the village had a name. He believed that he had been tricked. Mr. Wang, an innocent 8-year-old boy, had been deceived. An incredible scam had been carried out behind his back. The butler realized that the hero had not been told that the village would be named after him. He was curious to see how things would turn out. The old man said that, be that as it may, they were probably not mistaken, and this was the very village of Siat. The hero asked the old man why they came to this village. The old man said that it had changed so much that he couldn't believe his eyes. Of course, he had been here in his distant childhood, but not to such an extent. The hero shouted again why the old man had come, and then remembered what he had said. The old man said that if he saw that they were on their way from the neighboring village, there were fewer young people, and taxes were collected strictly, and they could not resist on their own, so they decided to go to this place to discuss whether they could accept them. The hero asked if he was talking about resettlement. In this regard, one can encounter various obstacles. He asked why there were so few young people. The hero dared to suggest that they had gone to earn money in the city and then settled down. The old man said that they had not left the village of their own free will. The old man said that the young people were taken into the army, people were being gathered in case of war. The hero asked again about the army. The man confirmed this and said that, having lost its workers, the village could not pay taxes, and the Lord Count did not care about border villagers like them. The hero realized that they were from a village on the territory of Count Ferdinand. He remembered that Starkey said that it was located nearby, however, it was quite far. The old man said that it would take about 2 weeks to walk on adult legs. They came here instead of to the nearest city because they thought that if they stayed in the Count's territory, they would be condemned. Sooner or later, after thinking it over, they decided that it was better to go to the Marquis's territory. If you're worried about the Count's disposition, then you shouldn't accept the villagers. It could be perceived as if the hero is taking away his population, meaning the Count has problems with the territory. No doubt nothing good will be thought of this. However, this doesn't change the fact that these people went to him risking their lives. The hero did not want to do anything that would further aggravate the tension between the Marquis and the Count, but he also did not want to refuse to help people who needed it so much. The hero asked the old man if all the inhabitants of their village had come to move. The old man, shuddering, asked if the hero would accept them. The hero replied that, while they could live without paying taxes, they would provide them with food and shelter, and they should try together for the good of this village. The man asked if they had reached paradise. The hero asked how many residents they had, and the old man replied that 13 people had come today, and another 300 people remained in the village. The hero asked about one house for one family, right? He asked not to expect too much. The old man happily answered that they did not dare to dream of more. The old man asked if it was okay that the hero was so kind to them, and asked what about his granddaughter being his servant, although she was only 3 years old, but would become a beauty with age. The hero told him not to sell his grandchildren. The hero was surprised by the people in this world. They give away a person with such an attitude as if they were giving him a gift for the new year. The hero knows that there are cultures in which women and children are given to serve, but when you encounter this yourself, it somehow feels uneasy. In modern Japan, there are enough stories that are hard to believe, but in this world, the hero was surprised by such a frivolous attitude towards human life. He told the old man that he would lend them carts now from free horses. There are only van, and he asked if they would be satisfied with 2. The old man answered that they would be grateful for the return journey. They have cows that can pull the carts so that the horses do not get tired and can return safe and sound. The hero, hearing about this, eagerly asked if they had milk cows. Starkey replied that this was true, because the Count's territory was known for its pastures, so there were cows in their village. Every year, 5 to 6 calves are born, and they grow up in about a year. Although they sacrifice them every year, they always keep more than 10 heads. The hero realized that if they moved here, they would have more cattle. He needed to ask Mr. Orto and his team to accompany them. He told the old man that they must be tired, so today they should take a leisurely rest. This inn was intended for soldiers, but there was room for everyone, and they would prepare food for them. The old man said that he was not the head of the village, and the hero was surprised. A little later, the residents were surprised that they would actually live in such a beautiful house. This building was larger than the owner of this village. The child next to him said not to talk nonsense, because they know how the owner can change houses. The hero laughed mentally, saying that it was not about the appearance in the house of the owner of the feud. The furniture was much better. The hero suggested that they all celebrate when the rest of the villagers arrived. The people were surprised and asked again. The hero explained that he had recently made a large bathhouse, so he asked how about being escorted to it. The hero told Till and Kamsen to invite their villagers and asked if he could ask them to prepare food and show the guests where everything was. The boys agreed. Harut came up behind Van, asking what would happen to these people. The hero remembered that Harut was actually the daughter of Count Ferdinand. The hero thought that it wasn't that she could see hostility in his behavior, but he made a very good impression. The hero explained to her that they were from a neighboring village. It wasn't very safe there now, so they ran away to this place, and he wanted to provide them with food and shelter. Harut said that he was doing a good deed, and she was sure that a good life awaited them here. He thought that he told her that they were from the neighboring one, so she did not even think about whose territory they came from. Van remembered that about 2 months had passed since the day she arrived, and he asked how she was, whether she would live here. She stuttered and replied that she, too, thought it would be better that way. The guy said that they were still children, so they should forget about any kind of marriage. Smiling, he asked what she would like to do. He wanted her to think carefully. She repeated his question about what she wanted to do. The girl replied that she would like to marry Mr. Wang. Stuttering, she began to explain. He asked her if she wanted to get married, and the girl blushed. As a true gentleman, Van will not make the lady feel embarrassed. The girl, blushing, covered her red face with her hands, covering her eyes, when the hero asked if he should pretend that he hadn't heard it. The girl agreed to this. The guy understood. The girl called out to Mr. Wang, saying that he had an unusual gait. The guy, smiling, replied that she imagined it. When a man understands that he is not indifferent, he is at the height of bliss. People crowded around the tables. Mr. Wang was called, saying that they had returned. The boy congratulated Ortho on his return. Seeing the state of the people, he asks what happened to them, because they are all covered in blood. He said not to worry, because it was the blood of monsters, and asked for forgiveness. The hero did not understand what he was apologizing for. Ortho said that they had accidentally discovered the entrance to the dungeon. The hero was a little surprised to hear about the dungeon. Everyone fell silent, and only later did it dawn on the hero. The hero realized that this was the very thing they had tried so hard not to find. For some reason, yellow birds, fat merchants, and pocket monsters adore them. When Espada was nearby, he called the gentleman, and he shuddered in fear. The man said that since they had discovered the dungeon, they needed to report it immediately and send a messenger to the capital. The hero asked that if they didn't hurry now, Daddy would take everything into his hands. Espada replied that it was definitely the best thing they could do to report to the capital in secret from everyone else. Ideally, the hero would like to first receive the title and this village's lands, and only then tell about the dungeon, but there was nothing to be done about it. A branch of the Adventurers Guild will appear here, so a weapon shop and an inn are needed. They have a character, so an entertainment place and a gambling house would not hurt either. To maintain public safety, a nightly order will be needed, and we also need to prepare for an influx of new residents and livestock from the village. Ortho called him. The hero said that they had already found him so that he could wish for nothing, he would give him a horse. So he asked him to go with a report to the capital of Kassar. He was surprised, crying out whether Van really wanted to send him alone. The hero asked if he, as a lookout, had found that dungeon. Clutching his heart, Kassar asked how he had guessed. Ortho didn't argue that Kassara could handle such a task, but said that it would be better if they went too. The hero said that the problem was that they already had a task to escort residents from a neighboring village. As for the reward, it would most likely take them about 2 weeks, so he asked how about a large gold coin. Ortho, immediately, without thinking, wished Kassara to be careful on the way to the capital. He shouted that they have no conscience. The hero of the herd felt sorry for Kassara, so he handed him a mithril sword and asked if such a reward would suit him. Now the others were dissatisfied, telling him to stand and telling him to change, with them expressing a desire to go to the capital themselves. Others considered it unfair. Kassara shouted joyfully that the master had given this task to him, and waved to his comrades. Thus, Orto's group went to meet the villagers, and Kassara went to the capital with a report about the dungeon. Kassara joyfully waved his sword, hummed a song, and said that good deeds are rewarded after all. He looked at the sword, saying that the young master knows his business. This dagger is very light and comfortable. A little later, the boy made a halt with the horse. Afterwards, he moved on. Sometime later, Kassara said that while he was admiring the new weapon, the time on the journey to the capital flew by unnoticed. After a few kilometers, it would become visible. Kassara saw an overturned carriage. To the side of the carriage, a group of orcs were devouring a horse. Kassara tensed as he watched them. He thought that they had a good appetite. Any orc is always driven by one of the basic needs: appetite, fatigue, lust, and finally, bloodlust. Simply put, this orc feels arousal, or a desire to kill towards whoever is currently in the carriage. The guy started twirling his dagger, saying that normally he would be a tough opponent. He grabbed the dagger, adding that now it seemed to him that the fight would be even too boring. The orcs continued to eat the horse, not reacting to Kassara. The guy started attacking the monsters, cutting them. The monsters growled as the boy attacked. The boy told them they should have stayed still. But they attacked. He hit them one after another by saying that they were no good as a team. He struck down the last one and looked at his sword, saying that it was a mithril dagger made by Mr. Wang himself. As he thought, it was a cool thing. A girl fell out of the carriage and, standing up, curtsied and thanked the guy with all her heart for saving her. She introduced herself as Familia Stratos. She assumed that he was a very noble gentleman, but she nevertheless asked if he would like to state his name. The guy replied that his name was Zaro, and that he was not an ordinary adventurer. The girl did not believe him, saying that it was enough to look at his magnificent blade to understand that he was of noble origin. She assumed that he was probably on an important mission now and therefore hiding his identity, and said not to worry because he would take his secret with him to the grave. The guy tried to tell her the truth. The girl giggled, saying that she understood everything. With his permission, she said that she would go to the capital on foot. Unfortunately, now she could do nothing for him, but she promised to definitely repay this debt someday. The guy asked her to wait, saying that he himself was just going to the capital and told her to get on the horse. The girl refused, saying that she did not want to cause them more inconvenience, but the guy himself sat her down. The guy smiled, saying that the horse itself would be happy to carry not a lout like him, but a little lady. The girl smiles and says that no one has called her a little lady for a long time, and said that for his information she is already 30. The guy laughed, saying that she was a joker because she didn't even look 20. The girl thanked him for the compliment and asked Mrs. Vermilly where to take her. The girl replied that she herself did not know the coachman who knew the way had run away. The guy asked why she was going to the capital. Vermilly told that her father, a baron, died in battle, and after that their house was captured by another nobleman, and she was ruined. She wanted to get a job as a maid for someone in the capital. The girl became sad, saying that she didn't want to tell him about it at all, and asked if it was a shame or not. The guy asked what it meant that she was searching for her own path, right? He added that there was nothing to be ashamed of, he was the same. Smiling, he said that he now lives in a village on the border, and if she wants, she can go there with him. He is sure that there will be work for her there too. The guy added that, in case of anything, he would always protect her, so she would definitely not regret it. The girl agreed with a smile. She said she would be happy to go with him. A little later, the Adventurers Guild. Someone shouted that a dungeon had been discovered on the border of Marquis Fertio's lands. The man said that they were discovered not just on the border, but next to the very village whose inhabitants defeated the forest dragon and a group of armored ones. They had definitely heard about its lord, Vanne Fertio, who had recently received the title of Baron. He said that it was decided that the guild would open a branch there and for some time would buy up all the mined materials with a 20% markup. The man said that those who agreed to map the dungeon and succeeded would receive a special reward. Everyone was happy. The adventurers surrounded Zare and Familia, saying that everyone had heard that they had killed the dragon, but who exactly had done it? They asked if it was true that Baron Wang had personally cut it down, and how long it was to walk from the village to the dungeon. Kaseri shouted that he didn't have time to explain everything to them. He had done his job and was now heading home. Everyone shouted for him to stop, saying that he had decided to go there first himself. The adventurers followed him, saying that they would not allow it and would go after him. Kasara said that he would not go home right away. First, he was going to a hotel to spend the night, so there was no point in following him. They went to the market to buy something. They left the capital only after they bought a horse cart and clothes with provisions. But a whole crowd followed him anyway. The girl called out to him, apologizing because he had paid for her hotel room and food, and she already owed him so much. The guy replied that it was nothing, because it was his own fault that he had gotten her into all this, so she shouldn't worry. The girl said that for the first time in several years, she was smiling from the bottom of her heart, and it was thanks to Kasara. He smiled contentedly, saying that their young master was a wonderful man, even though he was tiny. He said that she could count on him, and could be sure that their village would pleasantly surprise her more than once, and that her smile would become even more beautiful. The girl agreed, saying that she would wait with impatience. The carts moved forward, and the exhausted people walked alongside them. Orto asked the man if he thought Kasara would reach the capital without delay. The man replied that the guy had been given a mithril dagger, which would probably turn somewhere to test it. The girl said that there was not much left, but let them finish their job to the end. Last time, when they were chatting about all sorts of nonsense, a forest dragon attacked. Pluriel had been too strict lately. Orto was surprised to learn of the number of refugees from the neighboring village, but was even more surprised to see that even the elderly had decided to move. Many people in such places live their entire lives knowing almost nothing about the outside world. Whatever the situation, they continue to endure until eventually the village dies of starvation. Ortho had seen this many times. It is not so easy to decide to leave a village that is your whole world. Ortho said that they must have had a really bad time. He noticed a woman who was barely able to stand on her feet, but still refused to get into the cart, giving up her place to the elders. Orto asked her if she was okay and that there was only a little time left. She said not to worry. To tell the truth, she was against their village being so far away and moving to an even greater wilderness. Orto said that she was right and their village was even further from the capital. But this border village was a real paradise. They would live better there than in any city. The girl replied that she didn't understand what he was talking about. But Orto didn't hear her anymore, shouting that the village had finally appeared. He pointed his finger at the fence, telling them to look. They were already very close. Guests were greeted with snacks and drinks to welcome them to the village of Sidet to make them feel at home. The hero said that everyone was probably tired from the road, so he suggested that they all enjoy a barbecue together, and then go to their homes and get some sleep. He announced that the welcome dinner was about to begin. The man bowed, thanking Van for taking them in. He introduced himself as Super, the village chief Fabia. The hero replied that it was nice to meet him and introduced himself in return, hoping that they would get along. The hero praised Ortho, saying that he was also a good man. Thanks to them, all these people are alive and well. Ortho said that they were just adventurers doing their job. He would even say that his reward for it was too generous. Pluriel called Mr. Van whether he had prepared some magical beast again. The hero said that yesterday they were attacked by 10 huge three-eyed boars. They appeared near the lake, so he was even scared. Orto said that these creatures use special magic. When you get too close to them, it's as if you are paralyzed. Your body stops obeying. The hero didn't know that they were so dangerous. The hero said that it was good that 10 shots from the ballista were enough. They laughed, and Ortho said that he himself had not been taking monsters seriously lately. A child approached the hero and stuttered and asked if they could eat. The hero replied that of course it was possible and told Till to give them the soup he had spoken of, and some finely chopped meat. Till asked them to rely on her and told the children to come. She told everyone else to come and eat slowly. There was no need to hurry. The children were surprised at how much food there was. The hero said that they could set such a table for them every day for a whole week. The children asked if it was true that they could eat it all. The hero shouted to everyone not to be shy. As there was enough food for everyone, people finally began to eat slowly. Children and adults cried, saying how delicious it was. Other people also agreed with their words. The hero, Pluriel, Ortho, and the other villagers watched the guests with smiles. Someone was shouting for the others to pull the rope towards him. The number of residents of the village of Siat was growing, and it was planned that the flow of people would only increase. And now, about a kilometer away from the village, with the help of local strongmen, they are building a new city for adventurers. Espada announced that there was a small detour to the right. The hero commanded the people to go to the right. The old men of the neighboring village were used to taking care of the cows in the farm. Abgalu provided water and grass to help take care of the animals. Surprisingly, the old men in Abgalu seemed to have a good chemistry. The children from the neighboring village were delighted to see the new houses. In addition, in awe of the size of the fortress wall, they explored the inner territory of the village, together with the children from Siat. The hero thought about how incredibly happy he was that it was so crowded. He was casting a spell when someone called him. Dee approached him asking if he needed more logs. The hero replied that he really needed another 100. Dee said to rely on him and promised that he would prepare 100 today. Dee shouted to the people, calling them to get into the carts and go to the forest. Everyone supported him. The hero was surprised, thinking that he could collect a nightly order like that. Recruitment to the ranks of members of the order. Everyone fell silent. One of the guys raised his hand, saying frankly that he had already been invited by Mr. Espada, and now he needed to sign some kind of agreement about joining the ranks. Dee cried out in surprise. Espada also called the other guys. Dee cried out if Espada was serious. The hero thought that he could have guessed earlier that he was late. The other guys waved. saying that they were still free. The hero was happy, saying how great that was. Then the hero decided to appoint Dai as the head of the order, and Aba and Ro as his deputies, and so it would be possible to form an order of about 20 people. The hero shouted that this was not enough, and they were building a new city. If so, they would create an exclusive squad for this village, and let the Espada be stunned. Kamsen ran to the hero, calling out to him. He said that there was a medium-sized cart with one horse to the side and that Mr. Kisara was there. He had finally returned. It was quite far, but many more carts were following him. The hero thanked him, saying that when the distance was decent, nothing could be seen. Till replied that everything was fine since she couldn't see anything either, just like a root. The guy thanked her dryly, saying how kind they were. Finally, the hero saw a guy accompanied by a girl. The hero was surprised, asking who it was. Till screamed that it couldn't be either. Till suggested that perhaps he had saved this girl from danger in the capital and fallen in love. Harut thought it was delightful, like a tale of heroes. The hero thought it was too good to be true. Kamsen said that Mr. Kisara is an amazing person. He runs fast, senses someone's presence better than anyone, finds and disarms traps, and he has a specific way of wielding a sword, and he is a skilled swordsman. In addition, he seems to be a master of throwing stones and knives. The hero was surprised that he is so omnipotent. There was a short conversation about how cool or uncool Kisara was. Kisara approached and called out to Mr. Wang to stop talking so loudly about him. The hero turned around, greeting Kisara, and, by the way, asked who was next to him. Kisara said that they met under strange circumstances, and she said that she had nowhere to go, so he brought her to this place. He asked if it was okay that there would be more residents. The hero agreed that there were already about 300 of them. There would be no problem. Kisara asked if he was talking about those people from the neighboring village. The residents increased in an instant. Till introduced herself to the new girl in a friendly manner and introduced her to the Lord Van Nay Fertio. The girl introduced herself as Familia Stratos. She said that not far from the capital she was attacked by orcs, and then Lord Kisara saved her and escorted her to this place. The hero asked if it was true. Embarrassed, the guy said that he hadn't done anything wrong, he wasn't that cool. The girl didn't agree with him. She said that even if he said so, for her he was more beautiful than any hero from the tales. The girls were delighted, until the hero again skeptically asked if it was true. Remembering the main thing, the hero asked about the crowd that followed the guy. Seeing these adventurers, the hero decided that the end of the world had come. Kisara apologized and said that when he reported to the guild about the dungeon, a bunch of fools came running, eager to profit from something. It would be bad to scare the villagers, so he asked to let them spend the night outside the village. This was also not allowed. In the future, adventurers should become the local main guests. Here, good rumors about the village should be spread. The adventurers liked it. The hero said that the guy was probably tired and said that he could return to the village with the others. He asked to wait a little longer and an inn would be ready for the night and the hero would build a small fortress around it. Kisara agreed and asked where the boss was. Van said that Orto and the others were currently exploring the perimeter of the dungeon and it looked like the area was in poor condition. Apparently it would not be possible to build a stronghold there. Kisara said that it would be his turn here. Sarah said that he would rest today and set an example for them tomorrow. He and the girl bowed as they left. The hero noticed that the girl was definitely from a noble family. Arut said that it was Baron Stratos' daughter. The hero asked again, asking if she knew her. Arut said that she only heard what the maids said, that the Baron had died, and the family had fallen into disrepair, the house had been destroyed. Till said that it was a nightmare, because she looked like her age and had already suffered such hardships. Arut said that this is not so, and said that Familia is about 30. Everyone froze in shock and asked again. Kamsen responded that the world was full of miracles. The hero thought she was a teenager and decided to leave it without comment, because it was better not to say anything unnecessary about a girl's age. After all this, the hero then suggested returning to the creation of the city. The shops were still not working, and perhaps a protective wall could be built as a temporary measure. The hero said that there should be a wall that could stop a medium-sized magical creature. If someone dangerous approaches, it would be possible to run to the village. Someone called the boys, and they turned around. The men hovered over them, asking if they were playing here. They said that their village was of course nearby, but it was dangerous outside, they had to see that. They said that the girl was very beautiful, and different people would look at a girl like her. She had to understand that. He added that even they were looking at her, and she should go home. The hero thought that the foul-mouthed bandits were like those that happen in the post-apocalypse. The hero asked his friends if these men were worried about them, or if it seemed so to him. Kamsen thought so too. Till replied that it was strange, but it seemed that these people were kind. But their faces scared Ryouchi a little. A man came out of the crowd, telling his comrades that they scared the children. He apologized to the guys and said that these guys from the White Oath were terrible to look at, but they were very capable. The hero thought about the man's words about the guild's name. The man asked what the children were really doing in this place, since it would be dangerous if magical beasts came here. The hero thanked them and said that if they found anything, they would immediately return to the village, and they could not worry. The man asked if this was the border village. Judging by the stories he had heard in the guild, a fairly young baron rules there. He has enough money and people, so it turns out that such a village is a very important stronghold for the Marquis. The hero wondered in his mind who this baron was, and whether there was such a young and capable aristocrat in the Marquis' faction. The man leaned towards him with a smile and asked what he was playing. The hero answered questioningly that he was waiting for timber. The man repeated his words and asked what he was talking about. Van turned back to the cubes and said that this was all that was left. They didn't look very good to him, but he decided not to dwell on it. Van began to use magic. Right in front of the adventurers, the hero used strong magic, and they were not very shocked. Wang said it was a temporary measure, but it would do for today. The adventurers trembled and stuttered, wondering what it was. The hero sighed, saying if they understood, but it looked unreliable. He added that it was much stronger than it looked, but in about a week it would create a good defensive wall. The adventurers shouted that they were not talking about this at all. They did not understand what kind of cool magic it was. They called Mr. Wang from the side. Dai threw the logs on the ground, saying that he had brought 30 logs so far. Hearing the hero's name, the adventurers cried out in shock, asking if this boy was really Van Nay Fertio. Dee pointed his sword at them and angrily asked who it was that told him to step forward. The man said he was a knight of the Marquis Fertio family, and then corrected himself, saying he was the head of the Seisan Knights Order of Dai, and he would punish the culprit. The hero noticed that he was beside himself with anger. It was scary. The adventurers began to warm up for the fight, and one of them called Dee, an old man, asking if he really thought he could beat them, and said that he could try. Dai cut through his opponent's sword with one swing. The adventurers were shocked and froze, and so the name of Dai, the dragon slayer and the strongest knight, instantly spread among the adventurers who had arrived in the village. Kohai from the baseball club among them. Dee told the men that if they committed atrocities, they would not be spared. The men stuttered and promised that they did not want him to hack them to death. The hero thought that public safety would be fine, so why not? With Dee's impression of him. And the hero, on the contrary, was apparently of interest, because even a child can be a lord. One man asked the hero how he ended up in the border region. The hero answered that he was driven out of his home. The men felt sorry for the child. Wang replied by saying that an aristocrat can also be sad. The men were surprised that the boy knew such complicated words. He reminded them that he was actually a lord. Ortho saw this and panicked, asking when so many competitors had managed to appear. The hero saw Ortho and asked when he and the others had managed to return. Ortho said that they had been too busy exploring the dungeon's surroundings and had only recently returned. Ortho assumed that since there were so many adventurers around, Zara had already reported. Van confirmed this and added that he had, by the way, returned with a beautiful girl. Everyone was surprised. Pluriel asked again about the girl and, at the same time as the others, said that it was a lie. They were called from the outside. It turned out to be Keasare, saying that they were so late that he was already going to check on them. A researcher would arrive in a day, and the staff from the guild could go to explore the dungeon tomorrow. Familia called Mr. Ksar, and he remembered her. He introduced Mrs. Familia to the boys. Stratos said that she had kept him company on the way from the capital to the village. He introduced his adventurer partners to the girl and said that he was going to help them, but since they had already returned, he would not go today. He waved, saying that they would stay at the hotel until tomorrow, and decided to take his leave. Everyone watched and began asking Van if it seemed to them now and what it was. Van said that it seemed that Zara had bravely saved this girl when she was attacked by orcs, and now he, as a hero, can only be a support for her. The guys were shocked. The fact remains a fact. they need to accept it. Van added that therefore, should they build a small house for the two of them, they should build it next door. They were surprised to hear about housing for two and began to shout why they did not go to the capital instead of Kesar. The hero decided to leave them. Van approached plurally asking what was going on with the dungeon, and she told him that there were practically no magical beasts in the area. The area at the entrance was located in a rather dangerous place near a steep cliff. The hero asked if the cliff was deep there, and the girl replied that she thought it was quite deep. She said that the entrance itself is like a cave. Two people can enter at the same time. They went inside to see if it was a cave or a dungeon. The stairs, the first floor, the columns at the entrance, the magic crystals glowing on the inner walls and ceiling. Without a doubt, it is a dungeon. The hero asked how far it was from the village, and she said that it takes an hour by cart, and when you enter the forest, it takes another 2 or 3 hours. Hearing that it was far, the hero shouted that this was bad. Pluriel said that all dungeons are similar. Strong creatures can appear in the vicinity, so it is possible to create a settlement far from nature. The hero realized that it was really impossible to build a village in a dangerous place on purpose. It seemed that it would be nice to build something similar not far from the dungeon later. She said that almost always around the dungeon not only large magical beasts appear, but also the environment itself becomes harsh, so even if it was possible to create a small stronghold, it was not possible to build a real settlement, but that was until now. The hero did not understand what it was and what she wanted to say. She added that Mr. Wang seemed to be able to create a wonderful stronghold. The hero mentally asked her to shut up, but he understood that even if he had such thoughts, he couldn't say anything. He began to justify himself by saying that it was dangerous in the forest, and he couldn't take his ballistas with him. Pluriel said that they would protect him. They had gone to the dungeons many times. No danger would threaten him. For some reason, the hero's doubts dissipated, but he did not want to retreat. He wanted to lock himself in the house. It was far, dangerous, and terrible, so he did not want to go. The hero said that then they will carry him to the entrance of the dungeon, plus a daytime nap and dessert. And also, as servants, you need to take Till, Kamsin, and Arte. Dai and Espada are busy creating the city, so they will stay here. And you will also need a lot of security, so said Van. Thinking that she would refuse, he thought about how his performance, which had swept their forest off their feet, affected her. If he had not been an 8-year-old child, he was sure that he would have been hit, and his eyes would have popped out of their sockets. But the girl agreed. She said, smiling, that in that case they would prepare everything, and they would be able to set out tomorrow. The hero was surprised. Pluriel called Ortho saying that tomorrow they would be building a stronghold and Mr. Van would go with them, so they needed to get ready. His friends were as surprised as the hero himself. A cheerful defense of the careless lord's domain. 3.5 hours had passed since they left the village. The hero thought that he had no need to go underground, so he thought he would hardly go there. People carried the weight on their shoulders, going under the count, but there was no thought that they would take him along to create a stronghold. The hero looked around, saying what a beautiful view there was. Arut agreed and said that the thin air was also pleasant, but they were bothered by the shaking. The hero thought that it was because of the dungeon that as many as 50 people volunteered to act as guards. The homemade palanquin they were in was light in weight, and the adventurers carried it in turns. Everyone inside was shaking up and down, left and right. Only the hero was distracted, and it was as if he was being thrown. After the horses entered the forest, the landscape of deep gorges and cliffs suddenly changed its appearance. Seeing the giant troll, the adventurers almost fought for it, wanting to enter the battle. All around, there were annoying, joyful cries of men, partly supplemented by a picture of corpses of magical creatures. The hero said that he never thought that things would turn out like this. Till tried to smile. Kamsin began to tremble next to her. The boy turned to Van, calling him and saying that he said that they would go to some dungeon. The boy was completely despondent and suffered from seasickness. Till said that they had been traveling since early morning. Kaysen was unusually stern. The hero apologized to him and told him not to look at him like that. On the other hand, the girls are delighted, apparently because of the atmosphere of the trip. Till called Mrs. Harut, saying how steep the cliff is. Harut agreed, calling it a deep, very majestic landscape, and the mountains in the distance were beautiful too. Tillin laughed, saying it was bigger than the clouds. Pointing her finger in the direction, Till said that a magical beast was flying across the sky. Arut was very surprised by this. The hero was scared. The hero thought that if she attacked them, they would immediately turn from the palanquin into victims. The hero took with him a hastily created crossbow. Someone shouted that they had arrived. The hero stuck his head out of the window and was very surprised. Seeing only 2 logs above the cliff, the hero shouted, ordering them to stop. The hero shouted again, asking to become here and now. One of the adventurers looked at him questioningly, saying that there was very little left. The hero called him an idiot in his mind. The hero shouted again for them to let them go where there was more space and to do it immediately. Ortho ran towards them shouting what had happened. Kasara ran after him, also asking what had happened. The hero mentally asked if they were really complete idiots. They ran towards him on the logs, and he mentally asked them to observe safety precautions. Van looked at the logs, thinking that even a high-rise worker would revolt with something like that. They weren't even fortified. He realized that adventurers really did have no instinct for self-preservation. The hero stood in front of the adventurers and said that they needed to improve this place, where every wrong step was life-threatening, a premonition of danger and risk control. He asked if they understood. One of the adventurers asked if there was such a place. The hero replied that there was and pointed to the side and told him to sit there and think. The other adventurers sat the man down while he screamed, asking why. Kasara ran to him, and the hero asked him if he was jumping on the logs. Van asked what if he kicked the log, and Kasara screamed, asking if he wanted to kill him. The hero said that if the log rolled with other owls and broke, then there was a chance that even the nimble Kasara would fall, and asked the people if they understood. They all answered at the same time that they understood. Pointing his finger at the cliff, Van said that it would be better to strengthen the logs well or look for a safer path. He asked what they thought could be done with them. Kasara suggested putting many logs in a row. The hero replied that it was good and told him to sit down. Kasara joined another adventurer on the ground. The hero ordered trees to be brought to him. Wang said that the correct answer was to build a strong bridge. He used magic to create a large bridge connecting the 2 hills. The hero told the men to cross to the other side after ensuring their safety. They shouted that it was impossible, and how many days it would take them, they did not have that much time. Wang said that if they complained, he would not build the stronghold at all. They apologized and agreed to build the bridge right away. The hero thought about the stronghold. He saw a cave on the side and wondered if there was an entrance to the dungeon there. There were only cliffs around. There was little space in front of the entrance. It would be difficult if he had to build a stronghold on such a small piece of land. Till approached Van asking what had happened. A man approached them, asking if they would first demolish the proposals for the necessary equipment. The hero asked him what he wanted, and immediately suggested an entertainment establishment. The hero irritably immediately rejected his proposal and ordered him to sit down. 3 adventurers saw on the ground in front of the hero, and the same adventurer suggested a gambling house, to which the hero immediately replied that there was no need for that here. The creation of a stronghold was not without difficulties. They found themselves in front of the gates to enter the dungeon. The hero had installed a block on the cliff to extract water. The rocky heap next to the entrance had a suitable slope, so he would build a stronghold on the border with it. They were collecting logs in one place. Arut walked forward and, looking at the sky, said that a magical beast was flying across the sky and asked if everything was okay that everything was like this. The hero answered that it was nothing to worry about and began to use magic. And after 4 hours, the adventurers continued to carry materials for construction. The construction was completed and everyone looked at the building in awe. The hero's friends and subordinates were also in shock. The hero finally gave permission to enter, and the crowd of adventurers moved deeper into the race. The first floor was a rest area and a storage area. Everyone was surprised by the large space. On the second floor there was a dining room and 3 sleeping rooms. Someone asked if they could sleep in the dining room. They were shouted at, asking if they were idiots, and told that there were rooms for sleeping there and that they had to sleep there. The 3rd and 4th floors had 6 sleeping rooms each. Someone said that for strength and balance the building was in the form of a step. This place could be used as a terrace or something. Someone shouted about the gorgeous view. They immediately understood how things were in the area. Someone shouted that the terrace was his. They were explained that on each floor there were 4 toilets on the roof. The hero had installed tanks for storing rainwater. If you clean the network of tanks once a week, you can constantly use the flush. He explained to them that you can't drink this water and you need to be careful. He asked them again if they understood everything. They stuttered and answered that they understood, but in fact they did not hear or listen. The hero said that he would entrust the management of the Stronghold to Ortho and told him to train everyone properly. He laughed and answered that he understood. The hero also said about the entrance gates of the dungeon, usually it is better to keep them closed. He asked if they could decide on the time. Ortho answered that this should be discussed with other adventurers. Some are going on a raid already at night. But he added that when there is no one, they should definitely be closed. If someone dangerous appears, then the gate will help to buy some time. In the center there is plywood. With mithril sheets installed, he thinks it is quite stable. The hero said that for about a day, they will be able to hold the power at the level of a forest dragon, right? The hero said that he had installed bars and shutters on the windows of the building. Even if the monsters came, everything should be fine. But for the sake of lighting, he had installed more windows. But he reminded them to close them tightly. The hero thought to himself that it looked like spotted garden eels. The hero suddenly noticed that it was already well past noon and shouted, calling the people and saying that they would soon be moving out, and he needed security. The adventurers began to whine, saying that it was still light and they wanted to sleep before they set off. The hero shouted that he was only allowed to be absent until sunset, so they were going back. He said that Espada would be angry with him. The adventurers started laughing at him. They said how cute it was, that even the lords were angry and called him a baby. The hero smiled angrily, thinking about whether he should demolish this stronghold. He began to rush everyone, saying that if they did not hurry, he would be left without dinner. Laughing, they ran after him, shouting to the others to move quickly. The hero thought that they did not respect him. They were all having fun, and they were laughing. They were dragging his palanquin again. Kamsen was feeling unwell. Someone called for Mr. Wang. The adventurers asked what they would do with this cliff. When they went there, they passed it. The hero was terrified, not remembering that they passed it. He cried out that such a dangerous place must be changed for the better immediately. It so happened that, before he left the forest, he built 2 more bridges. As a result, he got to the village exactly at sunset. The hero, tired, walked forward. At the entrance, Dee and Espada were already waiting for him. Espada was smiling, and the hero was frightened to see this. Usually, he is dispassionate and gloomy. The frightened hero flinched when he was called. The butler said that they needed to talk and asked him to follow him. The hero begged to tell someone that it was dinner time, but everyone turned away. He called out to Till, and she said she would be with him too, but he quickly replied that that was not what he was talking about. He called out to Kamsen, and he replied that he could not, and the hero did not understand what that meant. He called Arut, and she only stuttered, and he asked if it was true, and she followed suit. Van grabbed Ortho's hand, saying that everything turned out this way because of his request. Ortho, frozen, nevertheless approached the butler, saying that everything happened because of them. The hero was already happy, praising Ortho. Espada told the adventurer to be silent, and he immediately obeyed the order. The hero trembled when the butler turned out to be a rascal. As a result, he was lectured until midnight. The hero tried to explain that he was trying for the sake of the village, but they answered that it was not about that. Suburb of the capital. City of servants. Women who do not possess the magic of the 4 elements are required to manage the house of song and dance. Hunters, like girls, are not taken. If you stay in this place, the price will go down and the treatment will get worse. People walked and talked about the man who was buying up the local servants. There were also those who could initially receive patronage and take the vacant position. One man heard that they would all be taken to the most remote village in the state, and they would definitely end their lives in mines and quarries. The girl thought that she would die like this, left without a purpose in life. The girl stood looking into the distance. Village of Seat. City of adventurers. Crowds of servants stood waiting. The adventurers called out to Van, saying they had heard talk of a caravan arriving. The hero confirmed this as he ran away. The guy asked if Lango was back. The hero replied that he had returned with a crowd of people and horses to boot. The brothers reunited after a long separation. They expected hugs, but in reality, the guy was interested in how much his brother could sell for. Lengo said he sold it for 180 platinum coins. He said that he brought carts of horses and 150 people for the future, where mainly debt servants, all under 20 years old, healthy, not wounded or sick. The brother was surprised how many people were in such good condition. He asked if he really made 3 from 1 platinum coin. It turned out that 8 large gold coins came out. Lengo said that after the auction he went to the Miri Trading Company to talk about leaving it, and those idiots. But for some reason they apologized to him, and then said that they would have problems if they did not make deals with Van, and that they would sell everything they wanted for half the price. Brother thought about the trading company. The hero congratulated him on his return. Lengo replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. Van thanked him for his efforts. He said that he would introduce the hero to people later, but first, as promised, he brought 130 platinum coins. The hero handed them to Till, who trembled as she held the sum. Lengo gave Van a share of the profit from the deal, 2 platinum coins. He said that from now on he would give him a share of the profit from each deal, and asked for continued cooperation. The hero thanked them, saying that then he would sell the materials of magical creatures first to Bell and Lengo. It was a truly mutually beneficial relationship. Lengo told Mr. Wang that he had been officially granted the title of Baron. He was shocked, asking if this was serious. He became a Baron. Now, no matter what his father said, he would not be able to take away the territory by force and deprive him of his lord's status. Everyone congratulated the hero. Kamson asked if Mrs. Panamera would come to the village. Lengo replied that she had said that she would after reporting the incident to the Count. He said, frankly, that it seemed that she thought it would be more interesting to expand the holdings with Van than to be in the Count's faction. Van was surprised that she would live with him in the village. He liked her, of course, but he was not particularly happy with her high status. He is a lord, and Panamera has a higher title. It is difficult.